I'm actually just getting YouTube and everything set up, so I'm waiting for more of y'all to join the room. Just a random question and answer tonight. We'll see where it goes. But let me go and check and see where we're at for links. Bingo, bingo. We have links, and we don't have anybody watching just yet. That's okay. It's a Thursday. It's good old Stocking Peak Thursday. So why not have a podcast, right? So let me get in here and drop some links to people just so they can join if they so deem fit. And I will be right there, guys. 2 seconds. Two seconds. I'm going to be coming right there. All right. Start. And looks like nobody's in here yet, so awesome. I do have comments turned on, so do keep it decent, because otherwise I will shut you down. It's just that simple. So let me see what we got. What we're working with. Well, I know what I'm working with, so. All the time. Still at 0. Oh well. We'll see how that changes as the night progresses. So, working on it. Working on it. Just getting the bit.ly link, guys. That's all I'm doing right now. So if there's anybody on here, awesome. I will be with you shortly, promise. It's coming. Mama's coming, Mama's coming. I'm not watching that, I'm just looking to see what it was. And it's nothing that's relevant to me at the moment. I will watch the podcast later. Alright. Cool. Awesome. Let me mute this, just in case. That is now muted. Alright. Oh, hey, we got a viewer. So tonight is going to be simple. I was just setting up links. I do have comments where they will come onto the screen and talk. Be inappropriate, no warnings tonight, you just get immediate ban. But it's a simple Q&A tonight. By all means, feel free to ask anything, ask any questions, just ask me what's going on. But otherwise, I am here all night. I am, of course, Sasha, the Princess of Darkness, the first transgender horror hostess. Basically, I talk about horror, gaming, movies, etc., but I do delve into sci-fi, pop culture, anything of that nature. And right now I'm just trying to link everybody I can link. So it'll be just a second, guys, and we will get a formal go on everything. So, a formal to-do. Hey, got another viewer. What's up? How's it going? Feel free to use the comments thing. Like I said, they're live, but they are being monitored. So act right or we'll bounce you. And maybe I'll take requests later tonight. I don't know yet. Depends on how the evening goes. Let's play it by ear. But in the meantime, it is live Q&A. So feel free to ask questions. Again, be appropriate or get banhammer. Alright? Simple, easy peasy to understand instructions for even people on the PlayStation Network or YouTube. At least I hope so. You're never quite sure these days. Just to say. Anyways, I am just right now popping on Insta, letting people know, hey, I'm live. And it's a live Q&A. So yes, if you're familiar with those. Oh, I've got another one. Hello, other viewer. That is two. Two viewers so far. So, that is indeed very awesome, and thank you for joining. Again, it is a live Q&A, so by all means, please participate. Please say, hey, hi, ho, what have you, but be decent in the comments. Otherwise, I will crack down, because you can see I do have YouTube pulled up on the phone, so be aware. If you don't act right, you're in for a scare. Just saying, not saying. Alright? So, just posting to Instagram and Facebook. Hey, 4 people, 4, 3, It's counting on the count. How many times must I slap you? 3 slaps, Alright. And again, Q&A, folks, Q&A. So, by all means, please ask away. Yep, so 100%. Okay, we got two viewers. Again, just pop it on Instagram. 3 more people. Huzzah, 3. We'll see how we keep this up. But basically, I talk horror movies, I talk sci-fi, I talk other interests. I'm here just to be visible because this is one of our visibility months as trans people. And so as a result, I'm going to be visible, be it on YouTube or PlayStation Network or anything of that nature. And again, questions are welcome. I do have live chat running. Your question will appear in the chat, and it will also give me an audio prompt, just so you're aware. Okay, hey, another one. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Just doing a live Q&A. Just waiting for people to get in here. We're going to do formal introductions. Don't be afraid to say howdy, hey. Live chat is enabled, so questions will come as they are live. So by all means, please, ask me anything, preferably around horror, sci-fi, gaming, movies, pop culture. You want to talk Godzilla? I can talk Godzilla all ding-dong day. So, bring it, I say. Two people. Hello, new people. Yay. Welcome to the stream. Just a live Q&A here, just getting everything set up and letting everybody know what's up, if that makes sense. So, hello. I'm just typing in what's going on here, guys. That's all. Oh, 3 people. Welcome to the party, pal. But here to talk sci-fi, horror, action, you name it. If you got a pop culture question, want to ask me anything, I know I've taken a bit of the time off from YouTube for a while, but I'm back. I'm back in full force. By the 17th, there is a collaborative video going on with me, Kim K, and of course, Rocky from the Rocky Red Panda Show. If you follow P&D Studios online, I was on Kim K's show, I want to say last year, and we were talking about Razorback for hours. If you've never seen Razorback, and I'm not talking about the Arkansas football team, I'm talking about like the giant boar movie. I think it's directed by McKaylee, the same guy who did Highlander. And I want to say one of the Resident Evil movies, I think the third one. Could be wrong. Feel free to correct me, chew me out in the comments. Just keep it decent. Alright? But I'm just posting stuff to Insta to let people know we're in here and having a grand old time. So, just basically saying live Q&A going now on YouTube and PlayStation Network. And I'm putting the applicable links in here. If it lets me. So, George might be joining us, speaking of the devil, so, well, I'm the devil, he's more like a minion, that's okay. So, George says he will join us briefly. You know how that goes. We're used to waiting. Let me tell him to hop on Skype, I think. And if you're new here, welcome to Sasha's podcast of darkness. Just basically, I like to come on here, talk horror, talk all kinds of stuff, just because, we can, and I have that capability. And if, you want to talk anything, just ask. Any questions are live. I might bring up a few topics here in a second once George joins us. Right now my phone is fighting me typing things, because just did my nails, because lucky me. So, all excited, just recently got a new job, so yay, jobs and gainful employment. So, that is awesome. And I'm just putting in horror movies. That way everybody on Twitter, Facebook, and everywhere else is on the same page, folks. Same page. Hey, welcome to the party, new people. Right on. Just telling George if he wants to hop on, we are on Skype. And he is welcome to join us. Because we cool like that. Just seeing where I'm at. Oh, back to 0. Oh well. That's fine. I know I'm not doing a whole lot right now. I'm not talking and being all over the place like I normally am. Yeah, got one. got tons and tons of stuff going. Hey, viewer, what's up? I am, of course, Sasha, the Princess of Darkness, the first and only transgender horror hostess, and my connection with my PlayStation has been lost. I'm going to go ahead and pop back on this. So, let me see. George has decided to jump in the old tubarino, so it'll be a second. He's not going to let me drown. Ho ho no. Thank goodness for that. Yay for good friends. I have a Coke somewhere, and I must find it. Coca-Cola, the drink. One of my favorites. But yeah, I've taken a year off from horror hosting due to COVID and everything else. Back to horror hosting. I've been reviewing movies. Currently got Leprechaun in the Hood ready to come out, which is a review of the early 2000 movie. George is going to be helping me with that. There's a lot of racist overtones to it, so that's why I have Kim K coming on to help me address those, as well as George. There is an Asian stereotype in the film, which George would be able to talk about. And then, of course, there's some transphobia in there, and I cannot wait to talk about that. And that's something that I really do want to discuss tonight. I don't know if anybody's game, but everybody's like, oh, cancel culture is bad and all of that stuff right now, because they don't understand what's going on. Recently, Space Jam 2 had announced that, hey, we're, removing a scene that involved Pepe Le Pew being confronted about his sexist ways towards women and pursuing them and just basically being a rapist. And it wasn't about removing with Pepe Le Pew, it was about removing the scene where he's confronted. And a lot of people lost their mind that there was even a scene like that. And the fact of the matter of it is that nobody is removing Pepe. They're just basically saying we're removing a scene where he got addressed for being an a-hole. And honestly, Pepe Le Pew kind of needs to be addressed because, let's be honest, dude's a rapist, okay? It's definitely something that supported rape, definitely normalized rape culture to children in TV for decades. But the same could be said about, how TV teaches us as a kid, like, for example, for little kids, watching Sesame Street with Oscar the Grouch. Oh, you're a grouch, Oscar. Well, yeah, he fucking lives in a trash can. Come on. Seriously, this is not teaching positive stuff to people. And it's not so much that people are trying to take away your media. They're just having you sit down and think and examine it with a more, how you say, adult eye. We're not saying, no, you can't watch it. By all means, watch it, but stop checking out. Pay attention to what you're watching. Understand it. Say, hey, this does have something questionable in the undertone. Say, hey, this is definitely something strange. Nobody's telling you to stop. We're just telling you to think. I was talking about the doctor from Day of the Dead that dealt with zombies the other night. I'm like, think. And that's all anybody's really asking. I don't know if anybody here, because we got 3 people right now, hey, I don't know if anybody here has ever seen They Live. Feel free to throw something in the comments if you have. They Live, We Sleep, based on the short story 8 a.m. in the morning, which basically involves an alien invasion that nobody really knows goes on because we are so consumed by the opiates of the masses. And there's a few people who's like, yo, you need to look at this the way that it is. Instead of just leaning back in your easy boy and, not paying attention, you need to see what's going on around you. Basically, nobody's taking your stuff away. They're just telling you, maybe you need to think. Think about it. Think what, the people were saying, It's like the whole thing with Dr. Seuss we talked about on Monday. There's only 6 books out of 80 plus of Dr. Seuss that the publisher is saying we're just not publishing it anymore. It doesn't reflect our morals. It doesn't reflect, the way things should be published nowadays. Nobody's saying that you can't go out and buy it, because you can. You might not be able to go through the regular sellers because even the regular sellers have the right to say, we're not going to sell this, but it's still in libraries. You can still obtain it in different ways. You might have to pay a premium for it because it's super popular at the moment, but it's not gone. It's there. Nothing in at least this neck of the woods, the United States of America, in transgender Pennsylvania, as I always joke. Another topic we'll talk about, Rocky Horror Picture is bad. Think about what you're watching and how it represents trans people. It's not good. By all means, you can watch it and enjoy it if you like, but think about what it's saying about your trans friends. Please. Or if you don't have any trans friends, if you meet a trans person, don't assume that they're duplicitous, trying to deceive you, are going to do horrible things to you under the guise of another. One of the reasons why I like to do this type of stuff, because I'm being visible, and I'm saying, hey, this is who I am, deal with it. You know, some of you are like, ooh, I see legs. Okay, well, whoop-de-fucking-do. I like my legs. But you might learn something. So listen, watch, talk, discuss, things of that nature. Much better. I wanted to flip it because the Fallout Shelter sign was really bothering me. Oh, you can really see the Beast with 1 million eyes poster really good there. It'll be to this side. Yep, and you can also see my Fallout Shelter sign, because I am Fallout Shelter Productions. Me, myself, and I. And the rare few volunteers that help me out with many of the shows. Original intention tonight was to try to get somebody on like my buddy Christopher Unlow. Been in a number of indie films, but he's not feeling the greatest. Had a couple auditions today, and hopefully they went well for him. I'll have him on the show some other time. We'll talk 80s cartoons. But I figured, let me do basically a general Q&A. You know, if there's questions, if there's answers, things of that nature, by all means, please ask within reason. I always got to stick that there at the end, within reason, because I can be a resource. I shouldn't be your only resource. I'm not your Wikipedia to all things trans, but I can talk to you about horror and sci-fi and gaming, and I can tell you about upcoming projects from Fallout Shelter Studios. Right now we have a review we're working on with Trevor from Ambassador Radio. We're going to be looking at Matango, and I'm very excited about Matango. And if you don't know what Matango is, it's a Toho movie without big giant monsters. It's still people in rubber suits and special effects, but it's a monster movie, and it's kind of a proto-Last of Us. If Last of Us is your cup of tea, you might like Matango. Basically deals with these people who get shipwrecked on this island that's overran with mushrooms. They run across some other survivors that are badly messed up with mushrooms. Not in that good fun way, but they're just messed up, and they're turning into mushrooms, very spory. And one of the survivors does make it back to Tokyo, and it's quite interesting. In my head canon, maybe that is how The Last of Us started. Maybe Toho should talk to the producers of The Last of Us show and make that happen. I'd watch, hands down, because Toho is more than Godzilla. Don't know if any of you are familiar. I love Resident Evil. Resident Evil got its start from basically a video game known as Sweet Home, from basically the NES days. It was an NES survival horror game. Can you imagine that had a party system, multiple endings, RPG elements? Essentially, when they went to make Resident Evil, they were going to remake that game. And Sweet Home has never really seen an official release from Toho or anyone else, which is sad, because it's a very good movie. It has special effects from Dick Smith, from basically films that you may have seen like Exorcist and other great special effects movies. And this thing is just lost. Like, one of the actors, who was also a producer, was killed by the Yakuza. You know, basically they made him jump off a building and he died. And the director is not very comfortable with the film because he felt it was too commercial. Because the director went on to do some other really prominent films in J-horror and things of that nature. And as I always like to point out to people, you know, this is a lost film. Yes, there's a couple bootlegs out there that are made from either Laserdisc or VHS, but that's not the theatrical version. That's not the director's cut. That's not the original intent of the film, and it's lost. And if you can find it, what you can find, watch. please do. Especially if you can find a really good quality print of Sweet Home. Watch it. I love it. It's not my favorite movie of all time, which I can get into. I got a couple. Underneath this bed is just thousands upon thousands of movies, some of which I've just not, basically made. You blame cancel culture for what, DD Games? There's no such thing as cancel culture. Nothing's being canceled. Nothing's being banned. You can still get anything out there, especially if you live in my neck of the woods, like the United States. There are still things that you can get. Nobody's taken away Pepe Le Pew. Basically, Space Jam 2 is going to have a scene that involved Pepe Le Pew where he gets confronted about his many years of being a rapist. They removed that scene. Pepe's still in it. But they removed that scene. And people were more upset thinking they removed Pepe when in reality they removed a scene that honestly we should have had 80 plus years ago. Sorry, not sorry. Dude's a rapist. Always has been. Even Dave Chappelle made jokes about it in the 90s. And if you don't see that, there's something wrong. Same thing with Dr. Seuss I was talking about a bit ago. Nobody's saying you can't get those Dr. Seuss books. They're available. Go to your local library. Go to third-party retailers. Used bookstores. You're going to get it. If you live in the United States, it still exists and you can get it somewhere. Hell, I'll help you find them if you need to. But there's always a price to pay. And sometimes that price is not monetary, my friend. But nothing in the United States is truly banned. In fact, the same people who are claiming cancel culture right now are the same ones who burnt Beatles albums, who had a congressional hearing trying to keep Twisted Sister from selling records and albums because they want to control what you think. These are the same people who started the FCC to basically control what you watch, how you think, and how you consume. And a lot of people are like, what? And it's the truth. Read up in the 80s about standards and practices on TV when it came to kids shows and toyetic. It's very, very very, very different. And yes, you're seeing some new diversity. And if diversity scares you, that says more about you than it does about what the people are putting out there. The world is changed. And in fact, if you've ever read Ian Fleming, since you brought up James Bond, if you ever read Ian Fleming, nowhere in Ian Fleming's books about James Bond did they ever say he was white. So I get that your interpretation might be a little different, but, people are going to try new things out. It's going to be different. You're going to have your female Doctor Who's. Hell, I was joking the other day, I'd be more than glad to be Magneto in the MCU, by all means, my favorite character. Shit, sign me up. I will be the new Megatron. Hasbro, come at me. It'll be fun. I'll do that. But at the end of the day, take your race baiting and your bullshit out of here. This is your last warning, DD. Sorry, not sorry. Your problem is that you're accustomed to quote-unquote superiority, and now that people want equality, yeah, I guess it does feel like oppression to you. Stop lording over it. Too bad, so sad. Won't warn you again, DD. Alice in Wonderland was written by a pedo. Sorry, not sorry. Read Alice in Wonderland. J.M. Barrie, the guy who created Peter Pan, also a pedo. Jeepers Creepers, also a pedo. Nobody's taking those books away from you. Nobody. But people want you to look and watch. They want you to put the glasses on and see the world for what it is. And maybe examine the world with your adult eyes. Examine what you held so dear with your nostalgia through new lenses. Otherwise, I'm going to make you eat the sidewalk. That's a They Live reference. Again, going back to what I was talking about. Otherwise. Because They Live and The Matrix are about a lot more than just the undercurrent that you're seeing. Nothing here in America is canceled. not truly. Nothing here is banned. You have never been overseas, probably. I've lived where, there was things known as the video nasties, where you couldn't rent Evil Dead, where, in fact, even owning a copy could get you into trouble. I have friends involved with movies like Serbian film, but still. It doesn't matter, DD. Things change. Things change. The original concept for Miles Morales was Spider-Man dying. Then somebody else taking up the mantle that had similar powers. Get over it. Hey, Fireheart! I'm going to have to make you an admin. I think DD needs to go. Because we're done with his double dose of pimping. So, such is life. In fact, let's get Timeout Teddy out here. You can sit and read your Dr. Seuss and play with your gendered potato man in the corner for a little bit. Mama Sasha done dealing with the privileged whelp. So here we go. Bye, BB. No, I wouldn't say you're canceled. You can still watch. You can still go to your page and comment. I'm just not going to have you. That's all. Gendered potato. Yeah, gendered potato. That's exactly how I'm describing it. Go play with your gendered potato. Go read your racist books. Go watch your, rape normalizing cartoon characters. Nobody's stopping you. I'm sorry you gotta inflex your toxic masculinity because you feel that your superiority over others must be maintained. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, it's Laura. What's up, my girl? How are you doing of late? Great stuff with Fallout 4. Am enjoying. Keep it up. Way too many mods. I'm worried about mod conflicts for you, so such is life. How's life? People who are... what's funny? I turned on the voice-to-speech on this, so I could actually hear you guys' comments as they come in, and it's not working. I'm going to have to experiment with that and see why. So... Oh, hey, Fire, you already have admin settings. But I'm going to go ahead and take care, put this user in timeout, so he can go and cuddle himself. So, but yeah, such is life. Yeah, I know you're here. I saw. It's awesome. Part of me wants to go, hey, 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 goodbye. I'm doing good still. Working on Fallout 4 builds. It always cracks me up that you separate that into F and O, and then say 4, because F4 would make everybody think of Fantastic Four, but... yeah, FO, just, it takes me a second to register it as Fallout 4. But running into the ever-present scrap shortage issues, you're playing in mods. Go into the cheat room. You don't have to worry about scrap shortages if you go into the cheat room. The cheat room mod, where you can type in console commands since you're on a PC and get into the cheat room has, these, they're called shipments. They have 0 weight to them. 0. Get all the shipments of the different components, such as a shipment of aluminum. It's just called shipment. If you were on PS4, there's a whole mod that takes you into the cheat room. And yeah, the shipments are basically weightless. You can carry hundreds of them. Yes, it kind of lags out the game a little bit while you're getting them, but you'll never run out of scrap. If you're going to run a straight-up mods play, do that. It's going to save you a lot of time and energy. So, Sasha, just wondering, is there a way I can talk to you later? I don't want to talk to my fam about it, and you're pretty open. Or if you prefer... Laura, you know me, I'm an open book. Today might not be a good day. But sure. Oh, wait, no, it's Fireheart that said that. Sorry, Laura. But yeah, Fireheart, yeah, if you need to, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook, I'm on, everywhere, OnlyFans, but don't pay $5. But yeah, message me on one of the platforms. I might not get to you right away, it may not be tonight, because Mama wants to have a drink. Mama needs a drink. But yeah, I am somebody of the community, talk to people, always have been. Bonebreaker here can basically tell you that that's what I normally do. I've just minimized it because sometimes you gotta focus on you. Can't help everybody if you're in a state of needed repairs, right? You gotta reassess and hop back on the bandwagon and do what you need to do. I've seen those on some of the Wandering Merchants inventories, but they have been way too expensive. Yeah, they are super expensive, Bonebreak. They are super, 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 super expensive. But what I'm saying is, if you're already using mods, using console commands takes all 5 seconds, and you can go and just get unlimited amounts of them. Doesn't cost you nothing. Just trust me. If I get bored one night, I'll pop on and do a Let's Play of Fallout 4 and some of the mods I play with, just so you can see what I'm talking about. But there is a console command in Fallout 4 where you can just hop in, grab everything that you need. I love Fallout 4. I guess I'm just used to it. I played Fallout 3 when it came out on PlayStation 3. Wasn't a fan. It was just like, where do I go? What do I do? Fallout 4 did have a little bit more hand-holding. It was still a sandbox, but I liked 4 more than I did anything else. And yes, there's some crummy mechanics, but once you played 76 for a bit, you're kind of like, oh, I don't want to go back to Fallout 4. I don't like maintaining my guns every 5 seconds. Well, I could just ask on here right now, just don't want my name smashed by people. If you need to, ask. I will talk to you. People will talk to you on here. Hello. How are you, beautiful? If it's okay, I say so. As long as it doesn't start getting into that sexist BS, John, we're cool. I hate being called babe. I hate being called sweetie. I hate being called hun. It drives me up the wall. Because I always feel so demeaning, and I don't like it. It makes me feel like I'm being pandered to or not taken seriously. I don't know, it's just something I started realizing being trans and coming out. Yes, I'm one to sweetie and hun and I've had to learn how to correct my speech. That's not my style. I like the challenge and using resources you find, and the reason use the mods is because it allows me to Yeah, I'm a demonic woman, I ain't gonna lie. Not all evil is bad. I don't believe in good or evil. I believe in force. So there's forces in nature. Some are positive or negative. That's all in perception, I mean, hell, there was a church that had its roof cave in on a Sunday afternoon while everybody was having mass or choir or whatever it is church people do. But, I don't think the powers that be are going to fault me if they crush churches while they're full up. So, such is life. But I get it. You want to play the game, and it's great, but you're already dipping in the mods. I mean, I say play the game straight up. So if you step over the line... so if you step over the line, just tell me with my questions. I'm going to ask. Just ask. As I would tell anyone, skip the foreplay, let's just get right to the question. Just ask. Ask and ask away. Ain't nobody got time for all this, just spit it out. Right now, you're a face in the void. I'm not saying you're faceless, but I'm also a voice in the void. I am here if you need to talk. In fact, some people popped in, like I said, Bone Break is very familiar with me in person and how I am and how I'm built, but I try to help everyone, probably why I had to take a year off. Not just COVID, but everything else. But I will do my best. So, ask. If it's much, I'll drag you aside. It's a bit much, but, there's ways to get a hold of me if you feel like it's going to be too much. I exist. I'm around. I don't care because I have all kinds of email accounts. But my email, all one word, the Princess of Darkness, so all one word ran together, 1978, so the Princess of Darkness, 1978 at gmail.com. Got a question? Hell, if you want to request a movie for me to review, all on that. But just ask. Such is life. So I really don't know how to tell my family I like girls. And I'm a female, but if I even like someone and tell my fam, I get kind of made fun of. How do I even tell them? I'm going to guess you're a youngin', right? And I hate to use that. I know it sounds kind of offensive. But you're a youngin', right, Fire? I want to say, if you're still at home, I live at home because I have health issues, and I'm 42, but I still feel like a youngin'. But I'm going to guess, and I hope you're over 18. If not, this might not be the right content for under 18. I just got to give that disclosure. Oh, you're 23. Okay, nothing about that. Nothing wrong with that. I have ADHD and Tourette's. So, again, we all have our challenges. I have blackouts and a shitty thyroid and have almost died more times than I care to count. 28. Sorry. My peepers aren't good either. Also, thyroid problems, because they can damage the old peepers. It doesn't matter. I'm 42 and still at home, because where else am I going to go? My son comes and visits me every weekend, and even he recently had a talk with me similar to what you're having, and he's pretty young. And you're still very young. It's hard when you live at home. It is, and there are some challenges, but sometimes you just gotta have that talk. There's nothing wrong with staying in the closet, but it's so much better out. And you're gonna feel like there's a weight that's been lifted once you do. Took me divorce, struggling with my blackouts and health issues, to finally wake up and say, let me live my life. And I've been happy now for about 12 years. So we're not too far off, from where you're at now, Again, that's just me. I can't make you do anything you don't want to do. And there's no easy way to go about it. Sometimes it's like double dutch, and you just gotta jump in and do your thing. Other times, it requires a little bit of subtlety. I know a lot of times in certain families, it's when are you getting married? Oh, when are you having kids? And sometimes that's a nice way to hop in and go, that'd be a neat trick. But there are ways around that nowadays. Again, be you. Be happy. Life is full of struggles, as you already know, and challenges, as you already know. If there's somebody who can make you happy and make you feel up here, that's all that matters. And if there is that person in your life, and you already have them, even better. And it's very freeing to just say, I'm me. This is who I am. Accept it or deal with it. And there's always a period of adjustment. And it sucks. Because we want the people who raise us and love us to automatically accept us. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it don't. I've had friends that even Bone Break will tell you, friends and family that have come and gone just by being who and what we are. That you thought would be your rock and your foundation. And they disappear. But that's the thing when it comes to people like that. You're never sure who's going to stick around in your life until you ask. until you make that big step. And, friends and family are kind of like parts of a tree. You're going to have those people that come and go in a season. You have leaves. They come and they go. And you can't make a leaf be a branch. You can't make a branch be a trunk. And you can't make them be something that they're not. But as long as you have a few good roots in your life, as long as you have a safe place and people you can trust, go to those people, talk to them. And if you do come out and say who you are, you're not alone. I don't care if somebody completely flat out abandons you. There's groups, there's support, there's help out there. You are not alone. You have family. You just don't know it yet. But you have family. We're a fucked up family, but we're family regardless. You're not alone. And again, it's a challenge. I can't honestly tell you how to do it. One day it's just going to come out. One day it's just going to be there. Because it is what it is. My big concern is, are you safe? And, know that happy's not a destination. It's a means to get places. No one, be it a person, be it a family member, be it a lover, be it anything, is going to make you happy. But I'm here to tell you, you're not alone. You are okay. And you can get through this. I have. It's not perfect. It's been a couple crash landings, but I have. And you can too. And there's people out there, there's resources out there. Like I said, email me, theprincessofdarkness1978@gmail.com. All one word, princessdarkness1978@gmail.com. And tell me where you're located. Tell me all the stuff you want, or that you feel that you need to. And I will help you find the resources that you need. Okay? Just saying. I'm sorry about that. Well, I don't really have a cell phone, not working currently. New job starting soon, or TBD as they said. But yeah. Okay. DD, you're done. Ban. Report. Hate speech. Bye. Now you're gone. Hey, Bonebreaker. You're a moderator now too. Hide user on this channel. The messages will be ended. Yep, you are canceled. We're done with your cis-het toxic masculinity. Go and cry about Dr. Seuss and Bugs Bunny and all of your childish bullshit. Ain't got time, child. No time for that. So anyway, sorry about that fire. Sorry. There's always got to be one winner in every crowd. Or, as another problematic movie would go, a loser. And trust me, you've just hit that. No, it's not fine. I will never let something like that go unchallenged. Never. Know that. Mama Sasha is a bear. Not that the hairy kind at the clubs. But Mama Sasha don't play. There's always that 120, but you know what? It's like the dinosaurs. They all screamed when the comet hit. Alright? The smart ones evolved and turned into birds. He's just a tyrannosaur bellowing to the end of his extinction. Yes, it was, exactly. The same thing with Pepe Le Pew. It has nothing with removing Pepe Le Pew. We're more upset that there was a scene that was removed from Space Jam 2 that addressed his rapist and rape normalizing ass. Like, literally, there was going to be somebody who slugs Pepe Le Pew and goes, dude, that's sexist, that's not right, she said no. And the studio's like, let's remove that, that's kind of a problem. Then it's like, wait, no, it's the other way. Oh, I play online games. I just block and ban. It's easy. And the thing of it is with basically online abuse, especially on PlayStation or anything of that nature, they can pull the audio logs. They can pull a lot of stuff now, and it's their ass. And they get permabanned. You just have to report it and be proactive. Yeah, I know. It's been that way for a while, but you gotta fight back. It sucks. I know some people are non-confrontational. Mama was born of warriors, and I will constantly report that bullshit. Anywhere, everywhere I see it, put band hammers and blocks wherever I can, because that's just how I'm built. I ain't got time for that shit. Ain't nobody got time for that. And Mama Sasha does not have time for that. Oh, looks like George is wanting to join us. Okay. Bear with me. I'm streaming in George, so we can talk stuff. Be 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I somehow added a Q to my name, and it is so weird. George, what's your Skype? It'll be just a second. My computer is so laggy, it's pathetic. Where's the talking guy from yesterday? Chris ain't here from yesterday. Well, you can change your handle now, Fireheart. Trust me, you can. You really, honestly can. It's a pain in the ass. But yeah. Okay. Bingo. Oh, hold on. We're getting George. At least I think we're getting George. Oh, hold on. Says you ain't online, George. Bear with me here. Technical difficulties. Any one of those little technical difficulty signs. But that was Christopher Lumsder yesterday from the Long Coat Mafia podcast. So if you want to look him up on YouTube, really great guy. So yeah. I've gone to PC Minecraft, so PS4. Didn't know you could do that. Yep, you could change your handle on PlayStation Network. It's a bit of a chore, but do it. My handle on here is still a big mess. I just don't feel like fucking with it right now. I don't want to create a whole new account, but whole other story. So, bear with me here. He's updating. So we're waiting for George. Waiting is the hardest part, as the song goes. Waiting is the hardest part. So, Laura, it seems Fire here is into Minecraft. So DJ Bronebreaker, she might be able to tell you more as to her exact channel. I don't have your your stuff on here. But Laura here, Bonebreaker, might be able to give you some of her information about Minecraft. Laura is really into, like, history, like World War II, I believe it is, and Legos, and Minecraft, and now Fallout, which I'm very ecstatic about. I love Fallout 4. A lot of people hated Fallout 4. A lot of people wanted it to be back to the standards of Fallout 3, which I think is masochistic. I don't like having to repair my weapons every so often. I don't like the complexities of Fallout 76, because, yeah, it's just way too much. Yeah, that's Laura. Sorry, I'm just so used to seeing Bonebreaker pop up, and the first thing that pops into my head is Laura! Well, I am so glad, DJ, because, like, DJ Bonebreaker, Laura, I'm using so many names. You're just like me, we have so many names. But, like, when it came to Fallout 3, it was just way too much. Where do I go? What do I do? And everybody's like, oh, we'll try New Vegas. And I still feel, where do I go? What do I do? Fallout 4 was definitely different for me. And I like the original Fallout game, Fallout 1 and 2. Even Fallout Tactics, which I know kind of blows people's minds. And I've demoed what exists of Van Buren. Yep, we're all over the place. Yep, but Laura gets into a lot of really cool stuff. You know, a lot of stuff that even I wouldn't admit to, but I'm into because, you know, my street cred as the Princess of Darkness. But I am a big person into MLP, Friendship is Magic. You know, I wish they had something more for us, like as fans. Yeah. I did have somebody get me a Brony shirt once, and I'm like, no, I'm just a fan of MLP. Being a trans woman, tomato. But, you know, Laura is into that too. So, yeah. Any anime fans? I'm an old taku. You know, not otaku, but old taku. So I get into things more like Akira. I get into things like, you know, Nausicaa, Valley of the Wind, things of that nature. Yep, let me see if George is with us now. The artist known as says you're active. Alright, let me close out of this. That's a whole other conversation. Hold on. Alright. I'm just gonna tell him to call me. Call me. There. Oh, wait. You got the wrong account. That's why. Wrong account. Damn it. Speaking of trouble with tech. That is one of them. Well, the game hasn't crashed once. Well, that's cool. Bubblegum Crisis 2040. I didn't get into all the little poppy stuff. I got more into, hey, let's watch, Acura for the 20th millionth time and things of that nature. Bear with me here. What's this about? I don't need to change anything here. There we are. Accept. Alright. Whoa. That's loud.
Alright.
Alright, well, we're already on. I've been doing Q&A for a little bit, so...
Awesome.
It's been fun. Laura's with us.
Cool.
History buff, World War II, ponies, Legos, Minecraft. You remember who I'm talking about.
Stuff.
From Group, back in the day.
Yep.
Okay, so you recall. Alright, cool. So, this is George. Rocky, would you like to introduce yourself to the party here? And we have live chat going on through YouTube, obviously. So if you're on YouTube watching now actively, well, not watching because obviously we'll have a ton of feedback, but if you have it on and the audio turned off, you can participate in the live chat. In fact, George, I can make you an admin, and that's going to help a good bit too. Because we've already had one a-hole we've had to kill.
Yeah.
One of those, what are they calling themselves? The super straights or whatever?
Oh boy, one of those.
Yeah, one of those. The ones who use the grinder colors unironically.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And hey, Fire, let me just throw it out here. Fire, can you hear George good? Or Laura, or anybody who's listening. Can you hear George all right? I'll adjust accordingly. Because obviously I got you pinging off my computer, which is pinging into PlayStation.
Cool.
Which in turn is pinging into YouTube.
That's cool.
Well, you know me, I jury rig a little bit of everything. So anyways, George, do you want me to go George or do you want me to go Rocky?
It doesn't really matter. You pick, because you're the Sasha, the Princess of Darkness, after all.
Well, I know that, but you're the guest, and guest choice,
Well, fine. You can call me George. George is fine.
Okay, so George does, like, the Rocky Red, live with Rocky Red Panda. They're at P&D Studios. He's already commented on here, so you can follow him. So, George, a little background about yourself. And
so let's see. I'm George. My main occupation, I'm an illustrator. I shouldn't say I'm a philanthropist, but I do just about every single thing under the sun. Painting, illustrations, videography. I work on horror films, which is quite awesome. So thanks, Sasha, for getting me into meeting all these lovely people. But I do run a Sunday talk show called This Week Live with Rocky Red Panda over on P&D Studios. And I do food reviews. What more can you ask for?
Yep, indeed. And he is, and I don't want to disclose too much, what are you willing to disclose about your communities that you're from?
Not much really. So I'm an open book. Let's see. I'm part of the LGBTQA. How many more letters can we add to that community? I'm part of the furry community, the horror community, the Comic-Con community. You name it, I'm probably a part of it, because if I've sold at the convention, I'm part of that huge, giant community. Yep.
And George is a great guy. I've met him through conventions. And just, because he's more from, because I'm in the Chambersburg, PA, the other ass end of Pennsylvania. He's off to, I think, more eastern ass end of PA. So you're more left butt cheek, I'm more right butt cheek.
Correct. I mean, regardless of whatever you want to call it, we're still Pennsyltucky.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And a lot of them around here will say, you sure do got a pretty mouth, but then try to really harm you after doing such things with you, which, such is life.
No. You gotta say it right. It's more, you got a pretty mouth there, miss. I want to kiss it.
You know, when people have given me shit out in public, and you just drop in the line, you sure do got a pretty mouth, they usually leave me alone. And I love that. It's like up there with the time at Comic-Con, and this forever cracks me up. And I'm all like, hey, I'm going to the bar, because the Comic-Con at the time used to be at this place in Hagerstown known as Hager Hall.
Yeah.
And that's in Maryland, Hagerstown, Maryland. Every time I talk about Hagerstown, I feel like I'm in The Lion King, and I'm just pointing to the dark area, and that is Hagerstown.
I just remember the night I was sick, and we were at that con. You and Josue that went over to the bar, and it turned out to be cowboy night. And it's like, and the bouncer's like, I don't think you want to come in here tonight. And you did it anyways.
I'm like, I already paid a cover. That would have been nice had I not paid said cover. No, Josue didn't come until later.
I know.
But it was funny because, I get there, and granted, it's practically dead at Cancun Cantina because that was kind of like the draw, Hager Hall. You had Bernie's, which was kind of like your crab cake. You were, what's that one singer? I always thought of the singer every time I went there. The guy who was all about Jimmy Buffett. Very Jimmy Buffett's themed pirate place called Bernie's. And then attached to that was Cancun Cantina. Used to be a place called Barracuda's back in the day, which made more sense. But they kind of turned into a country western bar. But they kept Bernie's for whatever reason. Yeah. And anyways, I went in there. Like George said, hey, you sure you want to come in here? It's country western night because it was the first Friday of con. I don't even think it was the first Friday. It was Thursday, wasn't it?
It was, well,
we went early.
I remember we went early, and he'd say something about the con hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, we were there for setup.
You thought there was something going on, and you looked at me and says, you look like death. I was like, well, thanks for that. You need to, we got this. You go rest. You look like death.
Yes, and it was funny because I roll up in after, the bartender well, I already paid my cover, been nice as you'd said, and I roll up to the bar, and it's so funny because I'm wearing a little short skirt like I am now, all legs, nice club top, think I'm going to go out clubbing, and I'm drinking, and it's so funny because, I can hear to the right of me these two good old boys in cowboy hats and shit kicker boots, and one guy says to his friend, and he leans over, he's like, I think that girl beside us is trans. And I lean over and grab my chart. I'm like, honey, I think you're right. It was fun. I still had fun. I adapt to wherever I am. It was hilarious. It's a good experience, It's better than that one time at the Cancun Cantina and me trying to do the right thing. And, that just turned weird. Oh.
Yeah, those are fun times. I'm gonna miss that place, but
me drinking and cis girls are bad.
Yeah.
Sasha don't care because Sasha's pan, man, woman, alien, but you get a little booze in her, and cis girls start looking nice, and they start complimenting your outfit. Yeah, and it just all goes downhill.
Oh yeah. I know all about that. They can sometimes be very nasty, and there's are you seriously wearing that color with that crop top and those pants? And that doesn't go well together. Excuse me, I could give a care less. Which side of the you roll over on?
With me, it's just It just is what it is.
Exactly.
I just roll with the punches anymore. It's if there's any more conventions, I'm just making sure that I have a hall around her. Sasha, now you've had a little too much. Fuck you. Because you know that's coming, right?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, you were at the bar, and the bartender's like, I think she's had a little bit too much. It's like, but I want another. And then it's like, you're going to drink water, and you're going to drink at least 3 cups of water, maybe 4. And I want to see you drink this down. After you drink this down and you're fine, then you can have another.
And I pounded those waters, if you recall.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now give me my booze.
Fun time.
Well, I do have, one of my many middle names is Constantine, so I gotta keep up.
One of these days, because last year, what was it, the Blues Brother guy, the guy who dresses up like the Blues Brothers and he sells his own stuff. But he says, I should have invited you to my room because I have all of these whiskeys and everything. It's a shame to not share the love. We had a party. I was like, he kind of felt bad about it, but I'm like, no, don't worry about it. You're fine.
I would have robbed him of liquor.
No, but he is so cool. I just love his personality and just hanging with him, especially we were at that Mexican restaurant up in Harrisburg. We were at the con, and we're just hanging. It was just 4 of us there, and he kind of felt bad because he's like, oh, there's a pool party at the main hotel. I don't know why you didn't go to it. Of course, this year with all the money coming back from stimulus, we will be staying at the main con hotel in Harrisburg this year. And we're going to have fun.
Yeah.
A much party last year.
I already know for a fact with that. I don't get any of that stuff back. It goes right back into the state and everything else. It's always a break-even with thing. You don't owe anything, but we're taking your stimuluses. Great.
Well, for me, it's like I saw my tax guy, and where is my thing? Yeah, I have it at the back of my phone. And the way he explains it is, I'm still waiting on my tax return from last year. He just finally resubmitted that because it was my fault. I forgot to do something at the top. But it's more like, well, you got unemployment, so that's going to go back to that. You got your stimulus check, so that's going to go back to that. And it's like, all you owe locally is $4. I'm like, oh, so I'm getting all this money back, and I just owe $4. Well, shoot. Okay.
As I jokingly say, having had kids, it's the fucking I get for the fucking I got.
I know, but you love your kids.
Yeah, I do. But it's a hilarious way of putting it. It's the fucking I get for the fucking I got.
I mean, one of these days you're going to be going to, what is it, Japan?
Yeah, and
that's... He reach that age?
He is 15 on the 17th.
Beautiful.
So,
wow.
You figure, I told him after he's turned 21. Because I want to take him, like, it's a birthday thing. That's 6 years, from the 17th. And by then, he'll have already turned 18, so that gives me 3 whole years of nothing but savings and actually having positive tax returns again. And going, hey, this is your birthday, this is what we're doing in Japan. I've already gotten him listening to like language books and language tapes because we don't want to just go over there and be a bunch of gaijins. We want to be of the culture and somewhat understand what we're doing and respect where we're going, if that makes sense.
Correct.
I don't want to be Logan Paul.
No. When I originally saw that, I read the news. I was like, I got shocked, and I saw it. I was like, no.
That's the people at the fish market and at the temples horrible. And then at the suicide forest. No.
Yeah.
No.
You're disrespecting the country's culture, and then you're going over there and you're doing things in the forest you're not supposed to do, and I was like, no.
I mean, I do things in the forest I'm not supposed to do, but it ain't disrespecting the dead.
I think we all do that, do things in the forest not supposed to.
Yeah, I do something in the graveyard I'm not supposed to do, but I don't disrespect the dead.
No, you do not disrespect the dead, because if you just disrespect the dead, they will come back and they will hunt you.
Oh, yeah. Spooky world we live in, such as life. Oh, we got 9. I love watching the numbers. It goes 9, 11, 9,
yes.
11. Oh, you should have saw the other night. I don't know if you caught it, but I took a screen grab as we were going live from the actual counter on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 145. And I'm like, oh, well, let me see how bad YouTube screws me after it's processed. And it drops down to 77. And I'm like, that's not how my math works. You know?
Interesting.
In Fire, there's a lot of secrets that I have, and
yeah,
I'm a horror hostess. I've seen a lot of weird shit in my life.
Well, speaking of horror, did you hear about Bruce Campbell and this whole new Evil Dead Rise?
It's not starring Ash though, so
I know.
Zero cares. You know, but like what I'm trying to tell you here, Fire, is when it comes straight down to it. You know, if there's a regular paycheck in it, I'll believe anything you want.
Yeah. Oh, Fireheart is like, so Sasha, do you believe in ghosts?
I was addressing that.
Okay.
That's why I said what I said. If there's an honest paycheck in it, she says as she shows off what's in the foreground, I'll believe anything you want. You caught what's in the foreground of the video, right?
Yes.
We see that quite often at cons, because everybody seems to love it.
Agreed.
And it's slowly getting better. I still need the goggles yet. I really do. And I can't wait until Afterlife, because, hey, I'm prepped. You know?
Yes.
I got that fixed, by the way, so ecstatic.
It looks nice. Everything looks good. I mean, sooner or later you're going to be looking professional, and then when you get with this, I was like, this weighs a pound, maybe a pound and a half.
Well,
this is heavy.
That's because of the loose seat frame I have attached to it now.
Correct, yeah.
It's the military frame that I added, because it was like, really? You put backpack straps on this? Literally, they had like cloth backpack straps attached directly into the pack. And I'm like, That's not how a proton pack works.
Interesting. So I just popped the chat out so it's separate from the video, but I'm just reading this, and it's like, Fireheart's like, so after my dad passed, my nephew got his coat, and he wore it well that night. He said there was a black thing over his bed, and he never fucking wore it again. Oh, and also, question, really weird, but oh well, what does a white wolf ghost mean?
Well, the first thing that you described about the whole shadow person, that's the technical term in a lot of circles. That can actually feed back into something that can actually be explained in the physical world, perhaps not metaphysical. Sleep paralysis. That's a frequent thing that people experience in sleep paralysis, as well as basically out-of-body experiences. Just a very different way of perceiving things. And having gone through the trauma of losing, a parent or a loved one, you're going to have sleep paralysis and other problems. Again, I've dipped into psychology. I've worked with lifelines and helplines and everything else. So yeah, that's something that could be a psychological response. There's a lot of symbols in the world. Wolves are very big for me because they're a pack animal, and I've always been of the philosophy, throw me to the wolves and I come back leading the pack, which is usually the truth. But even though I consider myself a Ronin, but at the end of the day, symbols are just that. They're how you interpret them and what they mean to you. And what one means to somebody else is going to mean something completely different. And don't get me started on cultural symbols and things of that nature. There are symbols that in different cultures mean one thing and just over here are a bad idea, but doesn't mean that the symbol's bad. It's just through the culture that it came from it's bad, or it's been reversed or flipped or things of that nature.
So I completely agree with everything she said. Now, when you talk about, because I'm just reading this and this going off, it's like my mind's all jumbled, but when you talk about seeing there's a black thing that can either be good or it can be bad, but At the same time, if it's not harming you as of now, just say sure. But if it does get worse, that's when you need to question what that thing is. And then when you're talking about here, you talk about the white wolf ghost mean that could be, again, like Sasha was saying, spiritual, depending on say like Native American, depending on factual. It could also be a guardian spirit, for instance,
or the spirit.
Because we all have guardian spirits. We all have animal spirits. And eventually, we will figure out which animal spirit we are. I found out that I was a puma, a black puma. So that kind of blew my mind. But we all have our guardian spirits.
Yeah, you'd said that he was passing. I feel you. It's rough. Fire's very active in the group, so I'm always glad to see Fire. Laura, you're being quiet. I don't like it. Come on, we're supposed to be plotting to take over the world here. You know enough coding where you and I both know that nuclear missiles are still handled on low-grade floppy disks. Come on, we need to work together. There's no special magnetic key. They're the big giant floppies. We could probably have that hacked in minutes. Who burnt the world? We did. I'd be damn proud. I'm just gonna tear all the crap.
Ooh, you're crafting armor, weapon mods. Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, she's on Fallout 4 at the moment.
I know. I mean, that's cool.
Yay, Fallout. Love Fallout. 76 can eat it, but it's fun to play with. It's fun to play with friends.
I played 76, and it's just, I get it. It's West Virginia, but I'm playing it. It's like lagging. I'm here, and the next thing you know, I'm like over there, and it's like,
take me home.
No.
Country roads.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no idea, Fire. It just depends. It depends. If I get any interesting texts or anything of that nature, so it depends. Right now, I'm just kind of enjoying having a Coke, chatting with friends, answering some questions online. And again, hey, 6 people, if you're new, howdy. I'm Sasha, the Princess of Darkness. With me is Rocky Red Panda, a.k.a. George from P&D Studios. We're both YouTubers and podcasters. Rocky's into art and illustration. I'm into horror, movies, games, pretty much anything, mostly horror. But we talk about various topics, and I am here to field any questions and all kinds of stuff. Well, if I ask...
How long is everyone staying up was the last question. Well, I'm up till whenever, because I'm just writing a script for Sunday's episode. There's nothing like writing a monologue to get you through the evening and try to come up with some witty jokes and make fun of popular news and politics. No, there's nothing fun about that, isn't there?
Well, don't forget about my script.
No, I'm working on that too. I have them both open at the same time. But right now, I'm just making fun of Texas.
And the video is available. If you want to go ahead, as I was trying to explain to Ken, if you want to go ahead and pull the video, you can download the video for Leprechaun in the Hood. I don't know why anybody would want to, but you can use that to make clips or scenes of the stuff that you want to talk about. Just remove the audio from it, but leave the clip present. You know what I mean? And then you can talk over it.
Fireheart says, well, if I ask my sis and she says I can stay up, can I join the voice thingy? LOL. I might maybe thinking about it.
Not right at the moment, because I don't want to, because I found if I have too many voices out there, it kind of kills it. Like, even George will tell you, when I've had someone more than just him or I, on other shows that we've been in, it gets Charlie Foxtrot. Because you're all fumbling over each other, and it's hard to express things, and then there's always that one person you gotta poke and prod. So yeah, that's one of those things. Again, not against it, but don't want to do that tonight. Just here basically for Q&A, chatting with people, things of that nature. Hell, there's podcasts you and I have been on where we've had Chris and a couple other people, and it gets hard, to get a word in edgewise, especially with me and Chris being pretty edgy people. It can be fun. and then throw Trevor in, and if Trevor's in the mood to talk about like a film or something, yeah, it's going to be a while until Trevor's done. Though Trevor cracks me up because he's the only person I know that'll show up to a podcast wearing a suit and tie, even though we're on Skype, and it's like, dude, seriously.
You gotta dress to impress no matter where you go.
I'm just here to show off legs on PlayStation, so, you know what I mean?
I mean, for me right now, it's like I'm writing, but when I film, it's business from the waist up, and then I'm comfortable from the waist down. They're not going to see below the waist because I'm behind the desk, so.
But that's different because, like with you, you're filming a show. And like when I'm filming a show, I'm filming a show. But when I'm podcasting, some days it's like I'm just going to do audio, maybe throw up a couple game clips, maybe throw up a movie, and just chat. You know what I mean? It's easy. It's easy content. Monday night we got like 5 hours worth of content out of it. I got blitzed. Started dancing because that's just how I roll.
That's cool.
And apparently YouTube and PlayStation just couldn't handle that I did. So of course the following morning I was like, recovery morning. But I had to reset all my passwords because there's always got to be that one a-hole who's like, oh my goodness, that trans girl's in lingerie. Yeah, well, if I was a cis girl, we wouldn't have these problems. But, let me report this. And, of course, nothing happens. I'm able to log back in, and it's done. I just had to change my password. Big whoop. I'm at the hour and a half mark now.
It's like I only had that one, which on my mark on my channel. It's like, oh, you use video clips from National Hockey League. And that song you used in the intro that you used for a karaoke, that's actually I was like, and I just always said, fuck you. I paid for that song. I paid a good $10 for that song years ago. And I'm now finally getting to use it, and they said I can use it however I want, so, yeah, fuck you.
Well, to me, it's like I could care less about copyright claims. I love the guys from Pain. Sometimes me and Timmy butt head. Obviously, I love the guys from Pain. I wonder, do I like the band Pain much locally? And Timmy and I, we butt heads quite frequently about many things, but Timmy has literally said 100%, you want to use our music, use it however you want, you have our consent. And it's so funny, hey Zombie Queen, what's up? But basically Pain is like, hey, you can use it however you want. Well, because they make CDs through CD Baby and other third-party retailers, CD Baby will claim copyright strikes on their music that they have given me express written consent on. And it's like, that is just, no, that's not how it works. So I've given up with the whole monetization thing. I have, down below, I have my OnlyFans. I have my buy merch. You can hit me up on Facebook. Though they kind of blurred out my Facebook. It's Sasha the Prince, and kind of cuts off, but it's the Princess of Darkness. It's not hard to find.
Nice.
But it's there. So please, by all means, buy a shirt. Hop on my OnlyFans. $5 a month. Sometimes I offer discounts. Every little bit helps, because Mama wouldn't mind to buy a beer every once in a while. Oh, don't even get me started on BS copyright claims. Yep. Hey, who's Zombie Queen? Because it seems like Zombie Queen knows Fire. Oh, well, Fire said hi. I don't know. So, welcome to the party, pal. Any questions you got? I'm a horror hostess. Rocky here's a fur and an artist. I'm trans, by the way, if you didn't catch the memo.
And I'm flamboyantly gay. But you cannot tell it because I am so straight acting that no one really knows.
You're not flamboyantly
it's a little
gay.
secret.
You're not flamboyantly gay.
I know, I'm just Asian. That's.
And even then, even with that, very few people have a hard time trying to figure out who and what you are. You're George, and that's all that fucking matters to me. I don't know.
That's all that really should matter.
You're George. Now, if Pony was here, we'd all asking, how Lollipop Guild is. We are the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild. We've got to get him a Munchkin outfit now. You know it.
Shane's never going to live up to the fact that he wore. We're in Target, and I think that was the weekend I was sick. Yeah, it was. We were in Target, and we were looking, and we couldn't find any outfit. It was down to taco or dressing as a girl. Taco, and he said he wanted the taco. So we got him the taco outfit, and then he just kept going around saying, I'm a taco from Deadpool the movie.
Yeah.
Shane's now is like, where's Taco? Why isn't Taco here? Oh, boy.
Yeah, I feel you when it comes to that copyright stuff, Bone Break. It's just, it's pain. Copyright claims are stupid, but I get it, and to me it's like, I can put in all the effort, try to track this stuff down. Like, my buddy Travis, who runs Bicky TMD, like, he had recently posted some video from a wrestling match. And, of course, the people that run wrestling, I don't know if it was TW or whatever, I don't know dick about wrestling. It was one of the ones, I just know it's not WWE anymore, they've got TNA or whatever, TNA, But they've got all kinds of different acronyms for wrestling, and yeah, somebody gave them a shit show problem over it. And so he tries not to show as many clips anymore. Unless he's physically in the audience and recording it himself, he won't do it. I don't know why I follow a wrestling podcast, but he gets into gaming, and I'll crack him up because I'm familiar with Hulk Hogan through bad movies and him just being a bad human being in general. So, like, I find a meme about brother or anything, I've got to share it immediately with Travis, because Travis is my brother,
Yeah, so I completely understand about your copyrights and all that, because, being a talk show host and doing all that, I do news, I think of the bad and then the where I talk about this week's past news and make fun of it, so I have to be careful about what news clips I use to make sure it's not copyrighted, or they'll strike it just for that brief segment of me showing a little clip. So I just have to kind of be careful about that.
Well, like I said, if you want to intermix clips from Leprechaun in the Hood, just take the whole file, just don't put the audio in there, and we're good. I already know Lionsgate's going to give me grief for the copyright claim, but I have their codec figured out where I can rip anything that they have. But yeah, it's like, I own the movie on disc. I ripped said disc, and I've converted it to a video file. I consider this archival, and at this point, since I own said disc, and I can give commentary on it, we now get into the whole third-party laws and parody laws, because I'm adding to it with my commentary, and basically with a review, and we're not doing like a 2-hour-long review. Hell, that movie's not even 2 hours long. It's like, what, an hour and a half, $1.50 at best. But we're just doing our feedback of all the many problems with Leprechaun in the Hood. So, many problems. Ken's okay with the good majority of it, but even he was shocked when I said, out of all the writers and directors that were involved with this, only one of them was African American, right?
Yeah, I noticed that.
I was like, only one. The director's white. Everybody's white. I'm still trying to figure out how Coolio showed up. And with that being the transitional period between Trimark finally closing its doors and Lionsgate's taking over the franchise, there's very little behind the scenes. And I just want to know why Coolio showed up to be in this movie for 5 seconds after the church scene and just jamming out and dancing and then just leaves. I mean, it has no relevance.
It's just Coolio. I mean, you have to think about when the movie is made.
He wasn't even credited.
Still popular,
he wasn't even credited.
No,
it's an uncredited appearance. You wouldn't know unless you saw the movie that he was in it.
Yeah,
it's bad. The review's coming. I'm hoping to have it out no later than Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, the day before St. Pat's. So St. Pat's, I got to go get my shot for COVID. The final one, the second one. Because when I went to the doctor's last month, somebody just rolls in while I'm getting shots and trying to get my shot records done. And they're like, hey, we don't know if we want to do this because she's got a bad thyroid, but do you think we'll be all right if we give her a COVID shot? I'm like, I didn't come in for a COVID shot, but I'll take one if it's available. Shit. And they're like, yeah, we just had 3 people back out last minute. And I'm like, they're rolling up my sleeve. Let's go. Let's get this done with, you know. So.
Lucky. Yeah, I'm waiting on my second shot, too. Actually, I go in Monday for my second shot. I got the Moderna. So, good, because I start tour season here soon, and everyone has their greedy little paws excited to reopen. And be like, yes, I can go maskless. Ha! No, you can't.
No, you can't. You still need to follow the guidelines.
Exactly.
It's like it's not a super shield. Viruses and bugs mutate quite frequently. Yeah, please follow precautions.
Yes.
You know, let's get back on the track to having some 2020 Ragers that we missed out on in 2021, please, or 2022. Follow the guidelines. You know, it's the Roaring 20s, and I haven't drank any bathtub gin yet. Okay, come on.
I mean, are you going to sell your dirty bath water?
You know, it was a running joke because it took at least 4 hours to make, not 4 hours, but like almost like 3 hours the other day to boil water to make my bath. It did today. I just did not feel like photographing at all. But it's like, I have been without a hot water heater since January. And it's like, and I've had people who's like, oh, well, Sasha, why can't you just drop everything and hang out? And it's like, you know, when you don't have a hot water heater, you're not taking a bath or a shower as often. And I want to be presentable when I go out. When I'm here, it's my little sweatpants, it's my little top, and I'm just being comfortable. I may have a 5 o'clock shadow because, hey, I didn't shave. But you tell me you want to go out or you want to hang out or, hey, the Trojan is open, let's go to the Trojan, which is a bar, not a place to get condoms. It's a bar named after the school mascot. Don't ask me why. I mean, we had a volleyball team when I was in high school that had the word Trojan written across their ass, and I'm just like, oh God. But anyway, yeah, we did have a Trojan Man mascot, and I still find that fucking hilarious because every time he would show up, it was Trojan Man. Yeah, that was when the commercials were starting to hit prevalence.
I can just imagine it now, like a little school, like a school PSA. It's like, please wear your mask and social distance because Trojan Man says safety first.
Safety first. I love the Robot Chicken parody where dude doesn't know that his wife's cheating on him with his best friend, and the dude's like sitting there with best friend's wife while best friend and his wife are upstairs. The Trojan Man shows up, and I always crack up laughing. Oh yeah, we're just taking care of something upstairs. It's fine. We'll be back down in about 20 minutes.
And to them, welcome.
Now, George, I have no idea why, but I had tried to turn on the commentary where it pops up and it's actually talking to me. I can't get it to work. I've done it before, by complete accident. And it kept bringing up audio settings, and if you recall what we did for Josh a while back, I don't want to fuck with the audio settings on here, because clearly everything working. I don't want to stream for an hour and go, oh, yeah, we just streamed Borderlands and we have no audio. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yay. But yeah, it's like, I would love to hear you guys' comments, but part of me is like, oh my God. To a degree, I'm kind of happy it didn't work, because we've already had one off-the-wall dude. I know we'll have another off-the-wall dude. So if we're not getting to it right away, either George will scroll up and find something interesting, or I will. I'm not as tech-savvy as the scene snobs.
Well, as of right now, they're just talking about shots. And, Fireheart D's like, so shots are a big F no. And the only reason I got it, the flu shot, was because my mom died from it. Only reason. I mean, shots are no big deal. For with the COVID shot, they just take it and poke you in the arm. You're just going to be sore for like a day. And then second day, you'll be a little bit more sore. But by day 3, you'll be back to normal. I'm good. I mean, I'm not the healthiest person out there, but I'm Gucci.
Oh, what did I miss from Kakatavavs? What was he doing?
Let's see here. Bone Breakers talking about copyright claims.
It was somebody you zapped.
Yeah. He basically speaking in Russian.
Oh, you didn't have to zap him. I know some Russian.
Well, it was speaking in complete Russian, and I completely understood it. And basically, it was very bad. It was a bad word.
Okay. I didn't catch it. Showtime. That is a proton pack. That is my proton pack. My flight suit's in there. I got a custom patch. The whole 9 yards. It's ready to go. So yeah. Sorry, Showtime. I missed that. I've been reading and we've been chatting with George here and just chit-chatting. Having all kinds of fun. So, not your fault. No reason to apologize about it. I love to have somebody to bounce off of when I'm, in here. And to me, it's like, how did Rusky get a PS4? Does he have our PS5s? I think that's what it is. It's the damn Russians.
It is. I keep thinking about friends. I'm like, I'm going to have all this money. I should get a PS5, or I should get like a new Xbox. But every time I check, it's like, sold out. I'm like,
out of stock.
God damn it.
Out of stock everywhere. And to me, it's
exactly.
like, I'll get it when I get it. You know what I mean? I'm not worried about it. It'll happen.
And here I hear Shane's like, it's like, oh, this is awesome. And I go get my hair cut, and the guy who cuts my hair is like, I got a PS5, it's awesome. I'm like,
How to Barber get one? How to Barber get one? He knows somebody, or he pre-ordered.
I don't know how my buddy Jesse got his.
It is what it is.
So you're freaking trying to get a PS5? It totally sucks. Oh yeah, I completely understand it, Fireheart. I completely understand. Good luck, as I usually tell people. Maybe odds be forever in your favor.
If you know when shipments are coming into places like Target, because I worked briefly at Target, we got more than anticipated when it came out. But if you're not on the website and you don't know somebody who's there, you're not getting one. Because we basically at Target were told, don't tell anybody we got extra. We had people waiting at the doors despite having signs saying, hey, don't come into the store to try to get a physical one if you don't have an online order to pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
Because it got bad. Like, there was a dude who saw them literally come in, and I was getting ready to leave work, and I'm like, good luck, buddy. I said, we have signs out saying you can't just grab it. Well, what do you mean? I said, they're not available for retail. If you don't have yourself lined up and skewed to grab it on the internet through the website, as soon as that stock hits our system, you're screwed. And I said, the problem of it is it might take a while for that stock to hit the system. And he's like, well, what do you mean? I said, because we got, I think at the time was like 200 of them, and somehow we got 100 extra. And I said, the system doesn't see the fact that we got 100 extra. Does not see it. Until somebody scans all of those in the stock. I said, I have one electronics guy, and chances are he's holding off on one that he wants to scan in for himself,
Yeah, but see, then you got the downside of all this. You got these scalpers who are going and buying multiple units, and they're saying, we're not bad people. Well, you're buying multiple units, and then you're selling them for triple the price of what you're actually worth. So, yeah, you are bad people.
This is what tripped me out, though, and this is something I didn't expect would happen. Speaking of scalpers, I did not expect would happen. I love Transformers. Always have, always will. We'll never grow out of them. But HasLabs had the Earthrise, so, Earthrise, Cybertron Trilogy, Earthrise, Unicron as a HasLabs exclusive. And this is a figure, a figure which massive, You know, it's like 16 pounds in weight. You know, it's huge. It's mostly a shell former, which is what has me pissed off. Because I'm like, well, the third parties are a lot better for a fraction of the price, and a lot more available. But the thing of it is that the Transformers one from HasLabs that you had to, you know, basically pre-order everything, and you know, it was stuff where you were paying in advance for this thing before it was even done.
Yeah.
And it shocked me to see how quickly that these orders start showing up at people's doors, and how quickly they were already on eBay offering 2 or 3 times the amount. I'm like, this is almost a $700 figure, and here you are on eBay trying to get over $2,000 for it. Brand new, still in the box, sealed. Sealed! And I'm just like, what the fuck? You know? I thought the whole purpose of HasLabs crowdfunding these figures is so that it's getting to the fans. And I never once thought that a stalker, you know, not a stalker, but you know, one of those people we were just mentioning would do that. I did not think somebody would literally have that much money and clout and to limit themselves to one figure, because it was one figure. You know, you went on there, it was one figure. And HasLabs were avoiding scalpers as much as possible. Even with, like, for Jabba's Sail Barge, because they had the katana for sale. It was like one of the first HasLabs things. It was a huge, giant sail barge made to the scale of the Retro Collection, Jabba the Hutt. And it was massive. Again, it was another $600-700 job. You know, and they had shipping problems just getting that out of the United States. Like, there was people who pre-ordered it in Australia and then were told, unless you know somebody who can buy a ticket and fly this over to you, it's not going to Australia. And they had already paid. You know, I saw a couple YouTubers that literally made sure that the kid in Australia that got his katana, paid for it, got his katana. They're like, we'll just fly it over. We'll come and hang out. And to me, it's like, the fact that a scalper is going to go that deep in debt, not just to buy one Unicron, but to set up multiple accounts, to buy multiple Unicrons at that price point, and then try to get that much money out. It's just ridiculous. I don't get it. I just don't. You know, don't get me wrong, if I was out and I saw 2 and I had the disposable income to get 2, yeah, there might be a friend I might hook up, but I'm not going to try to gouge him for twice the amount, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's like, I remember when I got my Nintendo Switch, it's like at the same time, I was like number 1, I waited 24 hours to get mine, then I look online and here someone I went to school with is like, it's like, I'm waiting in line for my Nintendo Switch 2, and then he ended up walking out with 4, and he says, I got my sister to help me sell the 4 online. I was like, okay. So you're telling me you're reselling these? Okay, all right.
It's bad enough that scalpers are spamming McDonald's because there's that special Pokemon thing going on that's got the little thing of cards and the Happy Meals. The kids are not getting Happy Meals because you all had to take something cool like Pokemon and ruin it.
Oh yeah, there's a person on Facebook Marketplace that's selling them by 1, 2, 3, or 4 packs, or 5 or 6. Buy a box load.
And it's ridiculous. And, like, it'd be one thing if it was, like, an employee who picked up a couple while he was there. I don't care. Because there's got to be some perks working at a shitty place like that. I'm not going to lie, when the first movie for Pokemon came out, you know, Mewtwo Strikes Back, and the very, 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 very first animated one, I had a complete set of the cards. You know, the promo cards that were there. They don't exist anymore. They've been lost to the sands of time. But, I had them. When the second movie came out, with Lugia, I had all of those. The complete legendary birds and Lugia and the ancient Mew card. All of them. Again, lost to the sands of time. Shit I wish I still had. Because that was still one with Wizards of the Coast and not Hasbro.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, you know, I worked at a movie theater. I was going to keep a couple promos. And it was funny because, like, I was working at the movie theater back in high school when the Star Wars Special Editions came out. And one of the big promos they gave out for Return of the Jedi was Luke in Jedi garb, marked with the Special Edition Trilogy logo. I have one of those somewhere. The only problem was that they used it on put it on really cheap cardboard and glue, so the blisters are coming off of them now. But I have them somewhere. They're no different than the regular retail Luke that you would have gotten in stores. They just shittier backing, cheaper glue, and a sticker. And that's all the difference.
For instance, like there's this person on Facebook Marketplace now. He's selling Pokemon X McDonald's 25th anniversary cards, Happy Meal toys, booster packs, and all the original boxes for $500.
and see, that's the thing that upsets me, because
yeah,
this isn't a $500 luxury item. And again, McDonald's isn't exactly, something that you need in your life, but it's a little bit more attainable than $500. A Happy Meal is for a kid. When you're such an awful human being that you've got to take from a kid who enjoys Pokemon, I don't know what to tell you. Our fandoms and stuff should be like, yo, kid, let me make sure you get this Happy Meal. Not let me hose you for this Happy Meal. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. It's just how I see it. It's like, people.
Well, it's like speaking of McDonald's, it's not just the Happy Meals. Like, for instance, you go on eBay, there's someone here selling McDonald's signature sauce, which you no longer make, for 3 little small bottles of signature sauce for $199.95. Buy it now, and it's $1,999 for shipping. Or you have McDonald's Mighty Hot Sauce, rare.
You mean the Szechuan sauce? The Rick and Morty sauce?
Well, they have the Szechuan sauce, they have the Mighty Hot Sauce, and they also have the signature sauce.
And this is the thing. I love Rick and Morty. Because a lot of people are like, oh, Sasha, you're off for camp. No, I like Rick and Morty. It's irreverent, it's gross, it's mean, it's violent. Obviously, I'm not all miss cancel culture everything. But obviously that's not for kids. It advertises what it is, things of that nature. And the people who are buying the Szechuan sauce back in the day from McDonald's, they clearly did not get the joke that Justin Roiland was trying to make about consumerism. And it's like, wow, you guys are the wrong Rick and Morty fans. Absolutely wrong. Waiting in line for hours for McNugget sauce just because a character randomly mentioned it? It's like, come on. I'm surprised they didn't reissue it for Mulan from, when the remake came out from Disney. I mean, I can see why now, but still. It just blows my mind.
People will buy anything.
There are fans that don't understand their fandom.
Exactly.
There are fans where this show is making fun of you because you're doing this.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. It's what you call mass consumerism. People's going to buy things regardless of how much it's going to cost. I mean, I watched a thing on Disney Plus. It's now I have to go find the
Raya, whatever it's called.
With Jeff Goldblum's show on Disney Plus. And he talked in one episode all about consumerism and shoes. Evidently, people spend millions of dollars just buying shoes. Yeah, there's now a shoe convention just for people to go buy and trade.
That's shoes. Been around for quite a while. They're called shoe heads.
Yeah.
And it's been around a while. In fact, if you watch shows on the internet, much like myself, you watch Kim's Convenience. Dude's roommate is a shoe head. Because there's a whole episode about them. He ruined a pair of shoes, and he accidentally overpays for knockoffs for him, and his friend's like, yeah, they're knockoffs, but they came from you. And I'm like, oh.
Okay, so before you continue, Fireheart wants to donate to you and wants to know where to donate.
Links are down below. Either buy a shirt there where it says buy merch.
She's like, I can't see the websites.
I got the bit.ly ones there. So for OnlyFans, it's bit.ly, all lowercase, /2, capital P, capital U, lowercase d, capital B, lowercase wv. And for the shirts, it's again the bit.ly, so bit.ly /30, lowercase wc, capital D, lowercase b, capital Q. That should take you right into my Spreadshirt shop. I'm going to get a shirt, a smock, an apron, a thing of that nature. Yeah. I do Patreon, but it's just like, I don't know how to do the tiers. I need to work on that because my brother's getting into artwork, and I want to help him have his own Patreon account and things of that nature. So I have to borrow you some weekend, as is, George. So you can help me.
I can do that. All I heard was your brother's getting into artwork. I was like, is this the same brother?
Yeah. He's got these weed people that he's had for a while, and they're very, how can I put it best? They remind you of old school animation, like the Fleischer Studios, the gloves in the hands, and they're weed people, and they're very unique. And I've been showing him how to use, because he's got a Chromebook now, and how to use different apps to color and paint those. And he really wants to start doing T-shirts and things of that nature. And so, I showed him some stuff with Spreadshirt and whatnot. Right now, it's just about produce the art, and then we'll work on the rest. And we'll work on your social media. But I figured you'd be able to help him with some other applications through his Chromebook that's going to help him perfect that artwork.
Oh, yeah, I can help him with that. I can help him with that.
Okay. Well, you don't have to worry about a fire. It's all good. Again, I am just, what I have is what I have. I'm not worried about it. I just like to come online, have fun. George will tell you, a lot of my reviews and stuff, it doesn't bug me. If I sell a couple DVDs while at a con, awesome. If I don't, no big deal. I still had fun at the con,
Exactly. See, we all have fun at the con, regardless, If I go into a con and I am expecting to sell 100 pieces of art, that's great. You go with these big expectations, so you don't feel bad if you don't sell anything.
Exactly.
Because it's a fun weekend. I go in to have fun. And
I want to see the cosplay, run into friends, run into enemies, run into dashing strangers. I have a good time. And now there's...
Yeah, I just hope Fred gets better.
It'll happen.
So he can eventually go back to playing, going back to cons and doing his thing.
It'll happen.
It'll happen. It's going to take him some time, but
it does.
It'll happen.
It will happen. He's a fighter, and he's a tough old bird.
Fred. That's what I told Fred. I was like, "You're going to get through this. You're going to fight this."
I've seen pictures of him from the 70s, and people don't. I don't think people realize how old Fred is. Fred is older than.
I don't think they do.
Fred is older than me, and still cosplays as Blade. Still cosplays as Nick Fury. Still cosplays as a ton of stuff. And I think my favorite picture of him is from back in the 70s. He's got the big old fro, and he's got on his, what is it called? The gi. He's got on his gi and doing martial arts, and I'm like, that's freaking awesome. And I can tell from the wallpaper and everything else, he's at least in his 20s, maybe in his 30s, but that's the 70s. Because I can tell just from the wallpaper, the decoration, the cut of the gi, and the whole 9 yards. Fred's a lot older than what people were letting on to believe. And he pulls it off exceptionally well.
He does it. He pulls it off so exceptionally well that when he's in character, you don't know his age, because when he plays Nick Fury, he is Nick Fury. And he is no one else.
I love his Roadblock. He looks great as Roadblock from G.I. Joe.
Roadblock's good, yeah.
I just wish he would get the old school, like Larry Hama with the what's it called? I always call them beaters, I'm sorry, and it's not the right term, but the little A-frame shirt, but I have it with the camo, and the bandolier, and then, of course, the camo pants, and give him one of them big, giant, M80 machine guns, and that would be a perfect look for Fred, and he'd be able to pull it off. And he'd just have to really shave his head and shine himself up. But look like the old school action figure that was designed by Larry Hama.
Yeah, that's cool. I told Fred I wish him a swift recovery, but it's gonna take some time. So the way he explained it is, he goes out, he gets his thing done, he goes home, then he goes back for the major part of the surgery. Then a while for him to recover, because he looks like he's fit. He looks like he exercises. He's been doing that. So
at his age, he has to take care of
no
himself.
problem for him to recover.
And he's always taken care of himself. And you can tell that by the photos and everything else. His wife is a very, very, very lucky lady. Let's put it that way.
Ooh, Fireheart has a fucking question.
Go for it.
Go for it. Let's hear the question.
Let's hear.
Let's see how quick she can type.
Yeah, she's pretty active. Yeah. Can I make a clay figure of you? I'm not that. Go right ahead. I don't care. Fan art's awesome. Art is art. Have at. My son's been getting into sculpture. He did one of the inky blobby creatures from Bendy and the Ink Machine recently this past weekend. He's never worked in the clay medium before. And everybody in the house is just dying because they're like, for somebody who's never worked in the medium, it looks really good. He took his time and knew what he was doing. And yeah, I'm rather impressed. So we have a bit of an artistic flair in the family. And I'm glad to see he's kind of carrying that on. So it's awesome.
That is awesome.
I know, nothing wrong with it. If you enjoy doing it, do it. You know?
I mean, coming from one artist to another, if you do what your mind tells you to do, flourish, create magnificent works of art. Don't let your creativity stop you.
My voice is in my head. Just 9 out of 10 of them say fire, and the 10th one's like, man, that's a lot of work. Let's just get drunk. And I was listening to that 10th one.
Oh, that's funny.
I was listening to that 10th one. The fire ones I don't trust. But they like fire. It's pretty. And it cleans.
Thinking of Beavis and Butthead, they say fire. Fire, fire.
No, it pops into my head. My life for you. Bombity bomb. Yeah, I don't like what's his name, Ezra Miller as Trash Can Man. What's his guy who played Max Headroom? Better Trash Can Man. Better, hands down. Don't get me wrong, Ezra Miller looks weird in all of that makeup and underneath all the burns.
Yeah.
But yeah. You know what got me is I don't know if anybody's been watching the new The Stand. But, when Trash Can Man rolls up with the nuke, and it's already, the Geiger is like this, and he's still alive, yet no, I have questions. I'm surprised he didn't metastasize and die midway up the highway and just wrecked somewhere. No. I get that he was determined to deliver that bomb to Randall, but no.
Oh, yeah. I was like, that's not good. You need to, I don't know, I'm reading Fireheart. It's like, you need to learn to do your chores first before you go and play video games or make art, because in your case, that's, oh yeah. Well, my brain's the same way. It's very ADHD, so I completely understand.
Every time anybody brings up ADHD, and I'm probably the only one person that remembers this game, but it was a budget title. And again, we were talking about Bruce Campbell. But I loved Resident Evil Regeneration that was on the OG Xbox and, of course, the OG PS2, because you get to play as Ash and you get this little short deadite guy that you can kick into things. And his big thing as a character is that he has ADHD. And he'll all of a sudden be like, oh, I forgot what I was talking about. What were we talking about again? Oh, yeah. And you can kick him into stuff like wood chippers and into the basketball net. And it was just a fun little character. It was voiced by Ted Raimi, Sam Raimi's brother, which makes it all the more cooler. But yeah, anytime anybody's like, oh, I have ADHD, what were we talking about again?
Yeah, see, I'm the same way. It's like I'm the very same way. It's like I'm doing something and I'm walking around and it's like, I look and it's like, oh, look, a birdie. And then it's like, wait, what, oh, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Oh, look, there's a squirrel. Oh, that's funny.
That's how I had my kid laughing, though, the other day.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about something, and I was like, I'm sorry, dude. Sometimes I get forgetful. I have that disease that old people get where, you just randomly forget shit. It escapes me. I don't know what the hell that is. And he's like, Alzheimer's? I'm like, why are you talking about the disease where old people forget things? What the fuck, dude? And he about lost it.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you bringing that up? That disease that old people get where they forget things.
Alzheimer's.
Yeah, that was the joke. It was me talking about it, then forgetting I talked about it.
Well, that's funny.
And he was dying of laughter. I'm also prone to go, look, I was like you once. Young, dumb, full of unfulfilled potential. And then he starts cracking up laughing.
You see, the next thing you should have been saying in that situation is like, well, when I was your age.
No, that's why I do the young, dumb, and full of... No, stop. Unfulfilled potential.
Yeah.
And he's like, I know what you meant, but what you said was funnier.
Well, that's funny.
Yeah, because he started watching Evil Dead recently, and he's like, well, I see where you get a lot of your charm, Mama Sasha. He's like, you're pretty much John Constantine and Ash Williams in a miniskirt. And I said, hey, if it works. But yeah, speaking of Evil Dead Rise, did you see his daddy beard? Tell me you saw his daddy beard.
I saw his daddy beard. It's more of a...
I know it might not be... Well, it is your thing, but still, it's my thing too. And it's like, damn. Him at his age, I'd take a run at it. I might break his hip, but I'll take a run at it.
He's getting that little nice silver gray happening up top there, and then he grows the daddy beard, and it's like, okay, all right, we'll just add you to the list. Let's see, Anderson Cooper, check.
And
it's like Bruce Campbell, check.
More like Bruce Campbell, daddy beard, spank bank.
Oh, God.
Yes, please.
This thing is ass and Evil Dead, be like, well, let me take my chainsaw here. I think I got an accessory for that here. All right, whack whack.
I just love the show, and then Lee Majors showing up as his dad. I don't know if you've watched the whole way through Ash versus The Evil Dead. Like his dad showing up as Lee Majors, fucking what was it, $6 Million Man? I can't remember. I know it's a severe budget.
$6 million.
I know it's a severe budget now. But we can't rebuild him. We only have $1 million. Shit.
Jeez.
And what always tripped me out is like they did not upgrade all of them. Like even with the Bionic Woman, like you had like her arm and her one leg. I'm sorry, the Bionic Woman would go to lift up a car. I don't care how strong that one arm and that one leg is. If you don't have a bionic spine, you're done. I just see Jamie lifting up the car.
Well, then you get those people that are what do you call it? The fear flights, where you get so much adrenaline in your body when you see something happen, like a car falling on your son, and you just get this flight of fear, and adrenaline kicks in. You actually lift the whole entire car up.
That was the premise of the Incredible Hulk. Now we're mixing metaphors. We're mixing metaphors here. You're mixing Bill Bixby's Incredible Hulk up now.
Hulk smash.
And I'm sorry, but like if you watch the original first episode of that, and some of because you know how they kind of recap what happened in the first episode and every episode thereafter, and they're always like, an accidental overdose of gamma radiation. He literally if you pay close attention to the machine he is using, he has a dial that literally says safe levels of gamma, and he literally cranks the dial all the way like a whole half a turn past that, and it's like, that wasn't accidental. That ceases to be accidental once you get past the safe limits, you know? That was purposeful. You even marked it that you don't want to go past this. Accidental. It always irked me, too. He's like, seriously? That's not accidental. But then, in the middle of the episode, he throws a bear. So, hey, we're back to being okay with it. But, yeah. Oh, old TV shows. But no, like, I don't know if you've seen the debate that I've been having with Christopher Inlow lately. Because, of course, he's been rah, cancel culture. And I'm like, nothing's being canceled. The whole thing with Pepe, and a lot of people don't get this, the whole thing with Pepe Le Pew, nobody's removing him from Space Jam 2. What they did remove is a scene where one of the female characters calls him out for his sexist, rapist bullshit. And it's like, wait, y'all are missing what was cut here. Pepe's not cut. A scene where after 80 years, him being a rapist, it's finally called out. That's what's cut. That's where the problem is.
Well, it's just like the latest. They want to cancel what they're saying. They want to cancel Miss Piggy because she's a womanizer.
Let me put it this way. People aren't trying to cancel anything. They just want you to be conscious of what's around you. And that's one of my biggest things. I'm not telling you to stop watching your racist, rape normalizing cartoons. I am asking maybe you stop and look at it. And say, instead of getting up in arms about it. Maybe look at those 6 books that the SUS state is saying we're not publishing anymore and go, okay, I can understand why they're doing that. They're still accessible.
Well, you see, one of them, for instance, Mother looked at it, and she kind of, she looked at it, like, I agree with her. The reason why they got rid of it is because you showed an Oriental man wearing the typical Chinese, what you call a straw hat, and had the Ming pigtail, and had the whiskers and the chopsticks and the rice and
what makes
being Asian. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't offended by it because.
But you're not going to be.
In a way, that's kind of. I shouldn't say it's culturally insensitive, which it is,
yes.
But you have to know the history behind the Ming Dynasty, and it's more like they did a lot of horrible things. So if you're going to get rid of it because of what the Ming Dynasty did, then by all means, feel free. But
it belongs in a museum. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It doesn't belong in a kid's book. It's kind of like what's that other one? There's something about in a zoo. The very something in a zoo. I can't remember the full title, but it's very racist depicted drawings of quote unquote cannibals.
Mm-hmm.
And it's bad, and people don't get that, and then you have them losing their mind because they redesigned Lola Bunny. Girl Bunny don't have big tatas anymore, and it's like, well, biologically speaking, she should have 8 sets. I can see why you're upset. You didn't get 8 sets, and they're like, no, they reduced her breasts. Big whoop.
Yeah, Fireheart's over here saying Bugs Bunny loved the shows. I understand what you mean by them, Sasha. I'm just like, I love them, and that's what matters. They're funny to me, so what if I misunderstand them, or don't I think they funny?
Well, you're watching it for the humor, but don't fall prey to the opiates of the masses. Think about what they were programming people for back then. There was problems even back then. And like, Fitz Fearling and a couple of the others from Warner Brothers did do some very positive stuff. Like when they would depict the housewife that finally gets pissed at her husband because he asked her what she did all day. Those I found hilarious because for the time, if you were a housewife, you were expected to cook, clean, and not bitch about it. And the chick throughout the whole show was like, I did this, I did that, and it was like a whole fucked up mess. He was like, oh, so you did nothing today. And she beats the shit out of him at the end of it. And I'm like, you know, that was early positive reinforcement, you know? So there is some good stuff to it.
When you talk about the 50s and 60s, you have to keep in mind, a lot of those cartoons portrayed, they used the term as like, one was talking about cars of the future, and it's like, well, here's a nice little duty. You got a car here, you got the space for the wife, the kids, and then way in the back they show like a little tail. And of course, the mother-in-law.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, people were programmed differently back then. Somebody in one of the threads that I was involved with brought up, like, well, you're not going to find the old war cartoons. Yes, you can. They are still out there. They are available. But what happens is when you go to watch them now, you're going to get a little warning. Hey, you know, this was used as war propaganda where we dehumanize the enemy, and it's not appropriate, and you should have never done that.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm like, well, that's beautiful, Warner Brothers. And a lot of people are like, rah, rah, rah. I'm like, dude, those have been available on DVD since early 2000s, and nobody's complained until somebody calls Pepe Le Pew out for being a rapist. And I'm sorry, but Dave Chappelle did that in the 90s as a comedy bit. And nobody said anything about it. But he called it out. I don't like Dave Chappelle because he's a bit of a transphobe. But he called it out early on. And few people did not get it. And don't get me started on Fleischer Fire. Fleischer's a whole other thing. Fleischer got screwed by Disney royally. Because everybody thinks Disney did the whole sound and cartoons together at the same time. And simply put, no, Fleischer did with Coco the Clown. And Fleischer got royally screwed. And it still pisses me off.
I don't think Walt Disney was all flowers and I'm going to create beautiful works of masterpieces.
You ever see that one Tom Hanks movie?
Think of the fact that Walt Disney, he was very racist. He did not like Jewish.
He was racist, anti-Semitic, the whole nine yards. But he even helped fund the Nazi Party, and a lot of people don't like to get into that.
Uh-huh.
And it's one of the things why Volkswagen cracks me up, because for the longest time they wouldn't allow a VW Beetle to be Bumblebee because we don't want to be related to war machines. And it's like, motherfuckers, you guys made the vehicles for the Nazi fucking army. Are you kidding me? You don't want to be misconstrued for a war vehicle. And yet here's a cute Bumblebee that's one of the Autobots and it's fighting for freedom and being a sentient being. That would be a positive representation. Go with it. I get that from 1940 to about 1945 y'all want to pretend you were on vacation. I get that, but no, seriously, no, don't mix the two metaphors there. But one of the things I've been just trying to point out to people is that there's been disclaimers out there on this stuff for the longest time, and nobody's cared until somebody says, hey, you need to look at this, like, seriously. Like the whole thing with Gina Carano. It's like, great, Star Wars was brilliant, Mandalorian was brilliant, she did a great job, but Disney warned her repeatedly, hey, we're a company, and what you're saying online does not directly represent us as this company. Even though Disney has done a lot of fucked up shit in the past, they have made amends for it, they put Song of the South in the vault, you can still get Song of the South, if you need a copy, let me know, but Disney's made proactive strides to step away from that. And they're a company. They can do whatever they want. They are a private company. They are not a government entity. They are a private company. And if you as an employee are impacting their bottom line, they have every right to sever tires with you. And that's what happened to Gina. And Gina was told repeatedly, hey, we get that you used to be an MMA fighter and you might have got punched in the head a little too many times. Knock the shit out. You know, knock it out. And to me, you know, I'm glad they're getting rid of her. I'm glad she's gone. Because I hate to say it, when she first appeared on The Mandalorian, I started following her, and I'm like, wait a minute. Something's not right here. And this is what I think is so funny, Because from very day one that she appeared on The Mandalorian, and you can go through her Twitter history. Grant, yeah, she's cleaned it up and scrubbed it up since then. But since day one on The Mandalorian, she's been talking crap. But before that, no real history. None. And it's like, girl, you got nothing to go back on here. You can't pull a James Gunn saying, you got me from Troma, what did you expect? Your social media was clean until you got to Disney and you thought you were free. And it was like, all you had to do was shut up. You know what I mean? It's like if Disney threw several $1 million at me or you, it's going to be like, yes, sir, Mr. Disney, sir. You know? And again, it's just like, it's like the whole thing with J.K. Rowling. It's like, there are people that are still into her fandoms. She's very transphobic as fuck. And they'll cling to those fandoms, and I always want to go, but look what she's doing with her platform. Why are you going to continue to fund it?
I find those people quite interesting. But, you know, when it comes to some of the actors, well, I think it was like Daniel Radcliffe, one of those actors says, I hate J.K. Rowling, but I loved the movie I was in. I will never associate this movie ever again with J.K. Rowling because she's very anti-trans. But I still love the honor of actually being Harry from the Harry Potter franchise.
Right.
Regardless of the fact that it was J.K. Rowling.
But the problem of it is...
But then you ask him, it's like, would you ever do another Harry Potter film? It's like, yes, as long as J.K. Rowling is not attached to it.
But that's the thing. She's still alive. And in fact, her estate will be able to make money on that for years to come.
Right.
Until it's in the public domain. And it's not going to happen in your or mine or anybody's lifetime that's on here. Until it's into the public domain, people are still going to profit. Like right now, like all the big gaming things is they're allowing you trans options in the new Harry Potter game. Yeah, but J.K. Rowling is still transphobic, uses her platform for transphobia. She's still making money off that game.
So let's see. Bone Breakers, like, my take on the fandom is that Harry Potter and trips to Universal Orlando were some of the very few happy memories I have from my marriage.
Yeah. And marriages are hard because, Laura, you and I can swap war stories about old marriages. And, yeah. I think I've been away from that for long enough where I'm like, you know what? I survived X, Y, Z. Those might have been happy times at the time, but now looking back, I'm starting to see the forest for the trees, and they weren't as happy as I thought they were. It's
So basically, I'm only getting involved with unofficial stuff where Rowling doesn't make any money.
Yep, that's the only way to do it. You need to be unofficial. It's like people who absolutely love Chick-fil-A. I will not understand that.
Well, you see, the way I explain it to people is this: I was like, I won't go to Chick-fil-A willingly and buy something, but for instance, if my mother comes and says, and comes home and says, I bought Chick-fil-A, I'm not gonna sit here and just let it go to waste, you know, because she paid for it, so I gotta eat it. But that's the only way I'll eat Chick-fil-A.
Let me put it this way: while I was at Target,
I won't eat Chick-fil-A otherwise.
While I was at Target, I literally get a call over the radio. Hey, everybody, there's Chick-fil-A, and it's one of the big managers. And I was like, that's a big 10-4, but I hope you brought something different from me, because I won't eat at a company who uses their profits to marginalize people like myself.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I gotta speak up for it. You know what I mean? I don't care who paid for it. You can say you're okay, you're good, but here you are having an employee like me and then buying that. Mm-hmm. To me, it's like a slap in the face. It's like you're not really valuing me as an employee if you're buying that.
No.
Lucky you, Fireheart. Lucky you. So I have another question. When you get a sec, go ahead, ask away. That's what I'm here for. Don't forget George is here too. We can pick on him a little bit.
Yeah, we're all here, so. She doesn't know me that well. She knows you more, so that's perfectly fine. Not to mention that Chick-fil-A isn't even that good.
Yeah, it's greasy,
I
it's
agree with you on
tasty.
that. it's not the best thing at Waffle.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know what the secret is to Chick-fil-A? Because I watched this guy who likes to cook stuff, and I thought it was so funny because he'll make but better versions of everything. And somebody suggested I'll do Chick-fil-A. He's like, I normally would not spend the money for this, but because you donated as a patron, I'm going to show you how to make something better than Chick-fil-A so you never have to eat there again. So he buys the sandwich so he can do his comparison and whatnot. And that's all I got was the sandwich. And he's like, and he pulls out, because you can buy MSG now. He pulls out MSG. This is their secret. He's like, you can put this on hog shit and make it palatable. This is their secret. It's not pickle brine. It's not pickle juice. It's MS freaking G. And you can go into Walmart and buy it right now. And he made a better chicken sandwich. And he's like, this is a lot better for you. If you want to, I'll brine it in pickle juice for you, but it's not going to make any difference.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the question. So,
no, I see. People, I see it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I get that. Like, I'm not saying I get them. I get where you're coming from. Because there's people like that. Don't do anything you don't want to do. You don't have to. You know, if you want to remain that way until you find the right person, cool. I respect your ability to make that decision. Hell, I wish I could go back. I always pull the joke from the artist Paul Pope. You know, what do you think of your loss of innocence? I think I overpaid. And when you sit down and think about it, not just in a humorous side, but in from that whole moral objectivity, looking at your past, one of the things I always say in every one of my shows, looking at things through an adult lens, that has a whole other meaning than innuendo. I think I overpaid. Mm-hmm. And to me, it's beautiful. Granted, yes, it's Paul Pope. He was probably a crude asshole, but it's got dual meaning. So you do what's right for you. Fuck everybody else. Not literally or figuratively. You get what I'm saying, Fire? I hope that's making sense. You do what's right for you. Fuck the crowd. You know? Fuck that. You know? It's like being in a herd that's on a stampede. You're not going to keep up with the herd. You're just going to get crushed and trampled. You get out of the way in a stampede. That's on them. If they want to jump over the cliff, let them. You find your high ground and you stay there. You don't have to always go with the flow. You know, you do what's right for you. Now, if I was in the same boat, damn, girl, there'd be so many different things. It'd be, wow. So trust me, it's not a bad position to be in. I'm almost envious. Just saying, not saying. Not to say I haven't had a lot of good times. But I've also had a lot of bad times because of that. And again, it goes back to what I've been trying to say every episode. Look at things from an adult lens. You know? When it comes to your nostalgia, when it comes to stuff. And that's why I always like to use the reference of They Live and The Matrix. I'm not going to force the glasses or the red or blue pill on you. I'm going to tell you that what you're seeing and perceiving is not everything that's there. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to make you eat the sidewalk to put on the glasses. I might feel bad and pity you that you're not trying to look at the world, but, you know, you can follow the opiates of the masses or follow what you feel is right in your heart. And I think that's what the problem with the world is. People are afraid to put on the glasses or take that red or blue pill, because if they do, they're going to have to give up their convenience and their comfort to have to make that examination. And to me, if I know another human being is struggling and they're uncomfortable, and I have to give up my seat of comfort to do it, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Just because that's how I'm built. Though there are some people that I would pull a nada and basically say you're going to put on these glasses or you're going to eat the sidewalk. There are a few.
Yeah, there are a few people I know too that I would say the same thing to. That just, you can swear, you can talk sense into them, but it's more. It comes down to the end of unless you can help yourself and know that you have a problem and admit you have a problem,
Yep.
I can't help you.
Yep.
I'm not going to force you to admit that you drink a lot. I'm not going to force you to admit that you use drugs. That's all on you. You have to admit it to yourself that you're willing to get help.
And you have to want that change. And if
Correct.
you don't want it, no amount of people are going to make you make that change. Me, I'm not going to stop drinking anytime soon. I'm not going to stop having fun. I'm 42. I've already seen death more than once. We've had a few dances. So I'm not too worried about it. I've lived a pretty good life. I've had a good run. It's terrible to say, but I have. I've already beaten the curve. So...
It's like, all right, yeah, let's turn this into a eulogy about Sasha.
No.
The Prince of the Darkness.
No, I've already beaten the curve, so, Oh, trust me, mine will read like football season's over, but without football. Gotta figure out how to put horror movies into mine. Because I came into the world angry, I'm going out angry. That's just how it is. I'm going out of the world the same way I came in. Angry and covered in somebody else's blood.
Just don't be like Stewie Griffin and it's like, if I was a woman, I would have got back up in there.
That's always been one of my favorite quotes, though. Like, yeah, I plan on going out of this world the same way I came in. I'm angry and covered in somebody else's blood.
Well, and this, you don't listen to what other people say. You do what you want to do. I mean, for me, it's like I'm dealing with weight issues as well, so I completely understand. I just finally admitted to myself I got COVID weight going on because it was a nice day. I just went ahead and tried putting on shorts that fit last season, and now it's like they won't button. So it's like, it's more like, well, I guess I gotta go buy new shorts. But
I just thought it was funny because, like, problems with my thyroid and everything else. I've had some weight loss issues. And I just thought it was funny because, like, I go and get weighed, and they're like, oh, well, you seem like you're in normal range. And then all of a sudden I'm like, hold up a second. I pull out both my chicken cutlets, kick off my shoes, let's weigh me again. And she's like, holy shit, that's a little bit of a difference. I said, yeah. They're like, well, you're gaining weight, so that's a plus. Are you where you should be? Probably not, but you're on the right medication, so we can help with that. It's not too often I go to the doctor and they're like, you need to eat more. I'm like, it'd be nice to feel my stomach so I could eat more. So. But it's a process. We all have things that we're not happy with in our lives, But don't let other people convince you that you're not happy with it. If you are not happy with it, don't worry about the pressures of the world. But if you're not happy with it, then try to find the steps you need to take to do it. Don't do it for somebody else. Do it for you.
It should be me, myself, and I. It shouldn't be them, they, and us. It all comes literally down to you. You decide. If you want to lose weight, lose the weight, but don't lose the weight because someone told you to, and don't lose the weight for someone else. You do it big for yourself, because if that's something you want to do, then by golly, you do it. I mean,
I have this philosophy of the F's. A lot of people were like, what do you mean by the F's? Anybody who goes to pass judgment on me, I ask them, do you fall into the F's? And I'm like, well, are you a friend? Are you a family? Are you feeding me? Are you financing me? are you fucking me? And if you can't answer yes to any of those questions, then your opinion matters nothing to me.
Correct.
The 5 F's.
Yeah.
And even if you're family or friends, George will tell you real quick. I'll tell you, pound sand.
Oh, I've been in situations between things before, so
Yeah.
I try to stay neutral as best as possible. But when one side says do this for me and the other side says do this, I'm like, I'm going to stay right here in the middle. I'm going to be America, and I'm going to be Britain, and I'm going to give weapons to America, and I'm going to give weapons to Europe, and we're all going to be one big happy family. Oh yes, by the way, you're coming to World War II with us, aren't you, America?
Well, me, when it comes down to it, you know how I see about those damn neutrals. You never know where they stand. That's okay. That's why they make kneecaps.
Yeah, you don't know where they stand.
That's why they make kneecaps.
They're going to say, when they come to the vote, see, it's like, I abstain.
That's why they make kneecaps. They ain't standing anywhere without those.
Yeah. With all the sales, just take out the chicken cutlets and just slap them on the face and like,
that works.
You want more of these? You vote.
The chicken cutlets, they've made quite great projectile weapons in the day. You'll get somebody who's just being rude or nasty, and I just reach to my bra and and hopefully you're seeing new medication, and then I won't need them anymore.
Well, I'll admit one thing I am envious about, is that I was in college and I was in the elevator. I had a semi-friend. I made one big mistake. I forget what it was now. But she literally she took a drink. She put the drink right between her watermelons. And then with a straw that she had books in one hand, she had a backpack on her back, and she had a bunch of other stuff in her other hand. And plus she had the key to her dorm room right there in her hand. It's like, you want me to help you carry something? No, I'm good. And then she just leans down and takes a sip of her soda. I'm like, that's talent.
I have found, and it is the greatest thing in the world, but for going to concerts, I don't have to wear my forms.
Yeah.
I have found breast forms that are fillable. And I don't like to pay overpriced for stadium beer or liquor or what have you. So you fill up two of those. You put them on. They're not going to give you a hard time about the bra. Trust me, that I'm like, if it's a bra, do you want me to take it off? Are you asking me out? What's going on here? Are you groping me? And usually they want nothing to do with it and pass it along. And I was like, motherfucker, I got a straw here, and I'm slowly making lefties smaller than righty. They even make one that's a pregnancy pad, which I think is hilarious. And I'm like, that would be fun. To go to the strip club with one of those on. And just slowly become less pregnant on there.
Fireheart's over here talking about my Tourette's start acting up, and I end up cursing when it goes down to it. Get those DDs, LOL, DDDs.
Yeah, it's like left is all of a sudden smaller than right. Let me drink from right. Let me go to left. Let me go to right.
Well, that can be quite normal. Because I've had friends that's like, well, my one side's bigger than the other. Why is it lopsided? It's like, you're asking the wrong person. I don't have bread.
I don't know anything about those.
What do you want me to do? Put some yams in there? Because I dressed up as a Southern, what was it? This was while I was in college. I dressed up as a Civil War, in the Civil War uniform. I was a female Civil War. And someone actually made a hoop skirt and everything for me, and I dressed up in it. And I was like, well, what are we going to fill at the top? And he's like, here, take my yams. I'm like, are you literally giving me, yeah, take my yams. They're big fat yams, one on the left, one on the right. Boom, they went in. And then I literally had my friend, she did the makeup for me, and I was like, you're not doing a drag. It's like, no. And I looked, I was like, it is quite funny. I went out to a bar. It was an industrial bar, and industrial music was playing, and we were just having fun. And he literally
was it a steel meal?
Like, what?
Was it a steel meal?
I don't know.
You remember that episode of The Simpsons?
Oh, yeah.
We don't just work hard, we play hard.
I think the only highlight of that night was I didn't win the costume contest. I actually lost to someone who dressed up as a giant, a giant operation board with the light up and actually worked, and some guy that dressed up as Steve Urkel from Full House. I was like, seriously? Family matters. I was like, seriously? I lost Steve Urkel? Okay.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. Because, like, so far at the G-Man, there in Carlisle, I have won for the last 3 years now, each and every costume contest that they've had. 1 year we did Red Riding Hood and a werewolf. Last year, of course, I threw on the Proton Pack and the Ghostbusters suit. Can't remember what was the year before that. And I'm trying to debate as to what the next couples / costume we do. And the kicker is that I have come to, at least right now, 2 choices. But I'm not sure. I might eventually adopt the third choice, but it depends. But the 2 choices I have right now is I can dress up in the little leopard print outfit with the blonde wig and do the little squeaky voice and be Audrey. And then the other guy, the dude can be Seymour, and we can bring the Audrey 2 plant. I don't know how many people will get that reference. Or I could do the one that I want to do. I just don't know if I'm ready for the corset and the dress for it, because it does look very trying. But I could do the little wiggle dress for Morticia and have my date that evening be Gomez. And I'm not sure which one I want. Because part of me is like, Audrey 2 just sounds like it would be fun. Not only that, it gives me an excuse to go buy retro pinup stuff. And I'm not hurting for that, you know what I mean? But it's like I get to buy a little leopard print dress and little leopard print shoes and I get to wear the blonde wig. I don't know if I'll do the black eye makeup or not. Probably not. That'd probably be a bad idea.
I think we have a winner because Bonebreaker is like, feed me, Seymour.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm leaning toward that one because I just love that.
Yeah, you can go around saying, okay, Mr. Mushnick, anything you say, Mr. Mushnick.
And I've also been considering, because it was also thrown up, why don't you do Janine and have someone be Tully? And I'm like, oh, I like that one too. Do the one from Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah. Or you can always do Janine and then someone be, my mind's just dead right now.
Carol Ramis, yeah.
Yeah, but...
Yep, Audrey 2 is the big plant fire. Yep. There's a movie, and Audrey 2 is the big plant, who was voiced by Mother Brain. And now every time I see a Captain N, I immediately think of Audrey 2. Because it's the same voice actor. I don't know if you're familiar with Captain N and the Game Master from back in the 80s, but this kid gets sucked into his Nintendo, and he has to fight all these different Nintendo villains with his Nintendo friends, with his overly metrosexual Simon Belmont, which has forever cracked me up. It's like Johnny Bravo meets a metrosexual from the early 2000s as Simon Belmont, and it's so hilarious. Yes, but I'll ruin my hair.
Oh, I remember that.
But
that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Egon Spangler. Someone could be Janine, and someone could be Egon Spangler, because when you get to the animated series of Ghostbusters, it turns out that Janine really has a thing for Egon.
Oh, you get the Ghostbusters Extreme, yes.
Yeah, has a thing for Egon. It's like, Egon just keeps ignoring me. Why doesn't he just take time off work and take me on a date?
Well, Extreme actually confirms it. And I'm like, yay! I love Extreme because they're finally dating, and that's so nice. It's not as well as Lorenzo Music doing his where he has a birthday party. I don't know if you remember this episode or not. And you're like, man, Egon, we wish you were having a great time. And of course, all monotone. This is the best time of my life, and Egon probably was having the best time of his life during the party.
He probably was.
You know, because Lorenzo Music, or not, wait, was it Lorenzo Music that did that one? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I think it was Lorenzo Music. Or am I thinking of the guy who did Pete's voice? Now, my geek card's about to be revoked. Somebody knows this. Because Dave Coulier took over for somebody that was doing Peter's voice because standards and practices got involved. And they're like, oh, we don't want somebody who sounds like too much like Bill Murray as is. We don't want a lawsuit. But I could have swore Lorenzo Music was Egon, but I could be wrong.
I believe so, but it sounds like the person who played Egon in the real Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
That was Maurice
LaMarche.
LaMarche.
Okay, so Lorenzo Music was the Peter, the original Peter. Because Lorenzo Music later did Garfield, which I always thought was ironic, because everybody was like, oh, well, we can't have him play Peter because he sounds too much like Bill Murray. And then all of a sudden he's playing Garfield, and then 20 years later, who's playing Garfield? Bill fucking Murray.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know how they got him for that, and he didn't realize it? How they got Bill Murray to be the voice of Garfield in those live-action Garfield movies? He didn't read the script. He literally thought it was supposed to be a movie about the president, James Garfield. And to me, I'm just like, so when you read the script the first time, what was your clue that this wasn't about the president, James Garfield? Was it because he was a cat, the lasagna eating? I really want to know. Maybe read scripts before you sign off on them there, Bill.
Well, going back to String Ghostbusters, I just typed in Egon Spangler String Ghostbusters, and the first thing that pops up is what's it called? Rule 34? Yeah, Rule 34. And there's actually fan art of people who actually draw an Egon Spangler with Janine, and they have a kid, and of course they're still at the firehouse, and I was like, I could see that happening. I could see a marriage. Like, here's one of Egon and Janine, and then there's one of
Tara Strong. I'm sure you're familiar with Tara Strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For MLP, Rugrats, she's recently done Harley Quinn.
Correct.
She does the character Kylie in Ghostbusters Extreme. Kind of like the token goth girl. Yeah. And it cracks me up because she'll have a total Bronx accent.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, midway through, it's just Tara Strong. It's like I get that Tara has really improved her craft a lot, but just her with that Bronx accent and then just disappears and then it returns at random. And I'm like, I get that accents may be hard, but be consistent. That's why I'm not, I don't do EM terribly enough, because there's only so much Transylvania accent I can do, without coming off like a complete asshole,
Oh yeah, Fireheart says, Sasha, does your PC let you play games and stuff?
My PC is strictly for writing and editing videos. It's not that powerful. I've always been a console gamer. I like to keep my work and my entertainment separate, which is hard when you like movies and do reviews and whatnot. They're eventually going to meet and then they kiss. But the thing of it is that I like to keep it separated. I like to have my work PC just for work. I like to have my console just for entertainment. Granted, it would be nice to have a high-end PC and do PC gaming, but I've never been of the PC master race. I always saw things like Linux and Apple setups and all that pretentious stuff that comes with PC and PC gaming to be just that, pretentious. When I grew up with gaming, I grew up with a Palm console. Because, yes, I am that old. And then I had an Atari 2600. And then my little mind was blown in the late 80s when we got a Nintendo. And it was awesome, Because I've seen it grow and I've seen it evolve. And it excites me because I've seen some pretty basic stuff turn into some ultimate storytelling, and for me it's always been on the console. Don't get me wrong, there's some experiences that I did have to hop onto a PC for, such as like some of the original Fallout games, which I was all about, as well as It Came from the Desert. But for me, it's consoles. I love consoles. You plug in a controller, you're ready to go. I'm all about it. I don't like being near a keyboard when I'm gaming. That's just how I'm built. I'm holding this flask and doing nothing with it. I can hear George pecking away.
Yeah, I'm multitasking. I'm writing that finishing that script for the Leprechaun.
Well, your big thing is in Grant. I gave you space where you can edit and put in your lines of dialogue. And again,
I know.
I'm going to probably come back and re-edit some stuff and then say, hey, here's my pass-through on both of you guys' stuff. Once you and Ken are done, are you guys good? And then I'm going to shoot. And then once it's shot, I'm going to say, I need your video elements, guys, so I can throw this together on Tuesday and be done. So Wednesday, I can unfortunately say happy birthday to my kid, wake up, get my shot, and then be sick the rest of the day. And not in the fun way because it's St. Pat's.
So did you get sick from the first time you got the shot, or
This is my second one.
Okay.
My brain chemistry was weird, so my perception was off. Like, I'd go reaching over here, and I should be a couple feet that way. My equilibrium was off. It reminded me of when I got my really nasty head trauma from the scar it took underneath my eye. Because it was so funny, because, like, when that had happened, like, the first Pirates movie had came out, and I literally had that stagger because I was hit that hard. Like, I literally looked like Johnny Depp. I wasn't drunk, I was punch drunk, from that hit. And I felt like that. And that's why the day of my shot, and it lasted for me for 72 hours. And so I laid in bed and wrote it out. But I had never reacted well, like, to the flu shot. I've literally told people, like, if I've worked places, if you want me to get a flu shot, you better be prepared for me to be off 3 days. Because I do not react well to the flu shot. I am going to be sick for those 3 days. So either A, you can let me just get the flu in natural due course, or you can let me get the flu shot. Those are your two options. No in between. Now, I get some workplaces working in, like, mental health, and what I'm about to do here soon. Very excited. I'm talking about it on here. But based on what I'm going to be exposed to getting those shots, that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like other jobs I've worked at, like, we don't want you to get sick. And it's like, motherfucker, I'm getting sick anyway. Pick one. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Pick one.
Like, all I got with the first shot was I just got a sore. It swelled up a little bit at the spot, but within 2 days that went away. I made sure to tell them to give it into my left arm because my right arm is what I use to edit, draw, and do a bunch of things.
So with your tablet with drawing, and this is just an aside, with your tablet and drawing, do you use any Chrome-based tablets?
No, but here's the thing. Chrome is Google. Google is the same as Android. So
but
basically because Google uses the Google Plays app. So any application that you can download onto an Android device, you can download onto Google Chrome.
Not so. Because one of my goals was I wanted to be able to run GIMP for my brother on his Google Chrome. Because that would be a perfect, simple to use art tool as well as a photo editor as well as da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. GIMP doesn't work. And it's funny because I know a little bit of coding. I know enough to get the Douglas Adams joke about 42. And so I was like, well, I can download a portable app for a thumb drive. Let me plug it into a Chrome, into the Chromebook and see if it works. It would not work. But what I found interesting is we got this thing called iBiz or IBS Studio, which is done for like a lot of like anime and other kind of drawing. It was a drawing app. My son even uses it. He recommended it. But it's funny because I remove a lot of the files out just to look at them, and it's essentially GIMP, but stripped down and with features that you have to pay for. And to me, it's like, that's aggravating. I could probably go into the code of GIMP and rewrite it so it ran on an Android, but I don't feel like putting in that effort. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't want to do that. And so I'm trying to find an app that works on Chromebook where my brother can save to his Chromebook. Because, like, the IBS that he's using is saving to some sort of cloud. And I have to talk with my son to figure out how to get it off the cloud so he can, you know, do what he needs to do with saving it. And it's like, yeah, there's got to be a better way. And yes, I know Google has its own Google Art thing, but my brother has forever drawn in hand drawing, and so this is a baby step for him, because a lot of the images that he's given me, I've had to scan, make a digital image of a high-quality scan, so he can then put it on his PC and then try to recreate them. And it's teaching him how to crawl before he can fly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, there's easier ways of doing this, and I know that they are. I'm just not that familiar with Android programming or tech-wise to figure it out.
There's an application, I just had to check it out, because I was typing in drawing apps for Chromebook, and one of them on the list I've actually used, it's not bad, I use it on my iPad, it's called Infinite Painter, which is basically the same thing as Sketchbook, the same thing as Procreate that I use.
How much? How much? Because I know some of the stuff you got to pay for.
Let me see here. I'm going to look at right now. Let's see. Infinite Painter. Chrome. Let's see. Oh, it's in Google. Let me check here. I can tell you right now. Because if it costs anything here, Infinite Painter. Free.
Okay. With ads or something?
No, it says free. No in-app. It tells me free. I don't trust that. Let me see. Let's see what it says in Apple.
Well, my dear, I need to use the latrine, so entertain our 6 people. Talk about whatever, pick a topic, and I'll be back once I water the lilies.
Yeah, it says it's free, so all's good.
Okay. Send me a link.
Will do. Beautiful. Alright, so I gotta entertain the masses. Let's see. Tell me if I just for the and I should tell my friends to say that the weird thing is I don't normally open up to a lot of people, but very comfortable with Sasha. Yes, I completely agree. I just speed read through everything. You know, I can open up to Mama Sash because Mama Sash knows things, and if I do something stupid, Mama Sash knows, and she will tell me, and she will put me down and say, look, you know, we need to have a little talk now. So, you know, I feel open to telling her everything, so I completely understand. I don't open up to a lot of people either, you know, I really don't, but, very few people, so it's good to have friends like Sasha. You're entertained enough. 5, 6, what are numbers? Yeah, if I can just get this script written, it would be great. I mean, this is what I do. So for my talk show, it's basically a is late night talk show. That's what I do for Sundays, and I usually have guests on, and I do an artist of the week where I showcase artists and all that fun stuff. But right now I'm writing my intro, and it's just playing crazy. So
I'm back.
Welcome back to the.
Welcome back to my own show.
Script as in the movie. Think of the script as when you're writing for a TV show.
Yes.
So this is kind of like an open monologue. That's basically what I'm doing, and that's basically what we're doing for the Leprechaun, and that's basically what I'm doing for my show. It's kind of the same idea. You have to come up with, since I don't have a fancy writing team of comedians that can write my script for me, I sit here and I write all of my comedy bits in there. I sit and I have to watch Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert, and all those other late night show hosts to see what they've been talking about the whole entire week, and then take the news that I like and put it all together and come up with this fantastic script.
Granted, yes, I've already given myself way too much work. So I'm starting the Predator franchise after we do Leprechaun.
Predator, okay.
That's in the pipe. I've been saying it's coming. But after Leprechaun's done, that's the very next review. And then after that, I threw to Mick, hey, I'll do a review with you. I threw to Chris, hey, I'll do a review with you. But something just occurred to me, because you like talk show hosts. But how do you feel about game show hosts?
I like game shows.
Okay, so are you familiar with 80s game show hosts?
Of course. I love 80s game shows. I think they're
So
hilarious.
there is a movie that involves a very 80s game show host and a certain well-known action star that's getting a remake, which is based on a Stephen King story, which was actually written as Richard Bachman.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to do a review on that with me, I think it would be fun.
I think that would be completely awesome.
Because you know which one I'm talking about, right? It's the #1 game show in America.
Mm-hmm.
The best blood sport ever, and it better become a real thing in my lifetime. I don't want all the bad shit to happen where people are faked and said that they're not what they are. But I think that would be perfect for the penal system. Run for your freedom. I just like the whole line between... Oh, what was his name from that? He was such a great 80s game show host. He was so perfect. But Arnold, because it's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Arnold does his classic, I'll be back. And, of course, the small game show host is like, only in a rerun. And I'm like, oh, I love that so much. But yes, we're talking about The Running Man. And there's a lot of people, because I thought it was funny, because I showed it to a friend the other day. Well, what's this going to do with Stephen King? And I'm like, Richard Bachman is one of Stephen King's pseudonyms. Because when Stephen King back in the day would write stuff outside of horror or other genres, he would write underneath a pseudonym. And his pseudonym wasn't well known until The Regulators and another novel that was written by Stephen King and Richard Bachman as a 2-part novel. It wasn't until those hit that it was revealed that, yes, this is, who it is. In fact, if you really paid attention to the genre and the media for the longest time, you knew, but it was never officially disclosed. I knew ever since The Dark Half came out that he had a pseudonym, because that's what The Dark Half is about. Let me write about this pseudonym, that haunts me. Let me kill off my pseudonym now that I'm a big, successful writer. But yeah, I think you and me talking about The Running Man and 80s game show host would be just fun.
That would be fun. And, of course, as far as, do you know any singers personally? Do you guys have them on your show, podcast thingy? Well, I'm going to answer from my side, and I'll toss it off to you. But for me, well, yes and no. I know singers. I know artists. I know musicians. I know actors, actresses, horror hostesses. I have them on my show. I give them their spots to talk about their music, to talk about their lights, and then I showcase one of their songs. Like the last one I had was DTH. He is from Ireland, and he is a musician in the rap genre, but he is very good, and I've now become.
You need to get that one artist, and I don't know how if you're going to be able to do it.
Okay.
But have I ever told you how much the song Jolene pisses me off.
By Dolly Parton?
Yes. Because think about it. Dolly Parton is a goddess, and I know you probably won't see that, but she's a goddess. I mean, I'm a pansexual woman, I can admit she's not bad on the eyes, and when that song came out, she was a gorgeous woman. What does Jolene have that Dolly doesn't? Well, somebody wrote a gay version of Jolene, where they're not singing about Jolene, stay away from my man, they're singing, Jolene, leave your man, because you need to be with me.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to figure out who that artist is. I think I have my link on one of my pages about it. But you need to hear that song and see if you can't get a hold of her, because her gay cover of Jolene, oh my God. I even had to go onto Twitter and I was like, because I got Dolly Parton on there, and I'm like, Dolly, you need to hear this. This song makes sense. I said, I love you, but your version makes no sense because you got it going on, and I ain't seen Jolene. I don't know what's up with her. There ain't no way she's kicking your ass in a contest. And granted, yes, men can be scumbags and cheat, but because they like to cheat. Usually it's not with decent-looking women. But, wow, sounds like I have experience with that. Gee, was that bitterness?
The artist's name is Reen Airy.
Yes.
Reinairy.
That's...
And it's a beautiful rendition of like this piano singing. I'm just literally falling in love with this. For me, it just sounds so adult contemporary. The fact that I'm using the word adult contemporary now, when I was in high school, I would consider this pop music.
just like it's just Jolene, leave your man. Because yes. I care. And it's just like, your happiness, my happiness depends on you. If you would just leave your man, Jolene. And I'm like, oh my God. And it's perfect. It's perfect. If they ever make a Last of Us 3, and please don't, because Ellie's not going to be able to play the guitar. Spoilers. But that would be a perfect song for her to sing to somebody. She'd still be able to sing it, just not so much play the guitar. Fucking Abby.
Well, this person is 18. It's a she, her.
It's a she, her. It's a she, her.
I tell stories with music, and evidently they do artwork too.
You need to look into that. I think she'd be cool to have on your show, because, yeah, she's of the community.
So, I'm actually going to message her now via Instagram. So now it's, oh, I got 6 requests. Nope, okay. A lot of spam. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to message her, so.
I like spam. I tell you, I miss Hawaii. I really do. I've been to Hawaii once. And the Burger King for breakfast has spam and rice. And I'm sorry, but that's some good shit. Maybe it's just me being poor white trash, but spam and rice is a good breakfast. Don't give me any shit.
Let's see. Pink Baby, Avid Max, Josh Turner on your pocket. No, I really haven't. I usually hunt via Facebook and YouTube pages for people that wish to appear on my show. That's just me, because my main goal is to get people who are literally really not known in the music or the artist industry and get them to have their 15 minutes of fame. So I can go ahead and interview them, and by the time I'm done, they'll look back saying, I remember when I first was on your show, and then they're now famous, you know, kind of like their very starts. And that's kind of what I want to do. I want to take my knowledge of what I know as an artist and a musician and share it with the world.
But yeah, like when it comes to me, I think Timmy was on the show once. I'm not sure. I think. But that would have been back in my Blog Talk Radio days. And
wow, yeah.
That was some time ago. That was about 6 years back, give or take. Now it's like I'm doing YouTube. I'm on PlayStation Network. I'm not going back to Blog Talk Radio. Because I like this. Because I can be visual. I can show off my games. God, I've been watching way too much fucking Cotton Hill. I'm sorry, there shouldn't be a King of the Hill show. It should just be about Cotton Hill. And a lot of people's like, oh, but he's a racist asshole. And to me, I just always thought it was funny because, like, out of everybody on the show, when he's first introduced to Mr. Khan, he knows that Khan is Laotian. And to me, it was like, that was freaking awesome. Because, like, you know, everyone's like, oh, he won't like you. He doesn't like the Japanese. And Khan's forever been like, I'm not Japanese, I'm Laotian. And I just think it's so funny because I think it's Bill that introduces Khan to Cotton. And Khan, Bill's like, oh, well, he's Japanese. You might not like him. And Cotton's like, no, he isn't. And you're all like, what? No, he Laotian. You Laotian, ain't you, Mr. Khan?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I love Cotton Hill because he's a dick. I mean, he gets Peggy to walk again by making her pissed. Being like, tell you what, if you can get up and walk, you can get up and dance on my grave. Because she helps him get his grave at the veterans, you know, graveyard. And to me, I'm like, that was just so poignant. Because as much as a hard ass and a dick he is, he really honestly cares. And you see that through Bobby. Yes, Cotton is a hard ass and a dickhead. But he cares. He just loves very differently, so to speak. And that's forever been my thing is yes, he's a dick. Yes, he gives a little 9-year-old boy a shotgun for his birthday, but he included the shells, because you don't give a toy without its batteries.
I'm here still trying to figure out how I'm going to write her. I just have basics, and welcome to whatever we're doing right now. We're just bullshitting and talking. Welcome, He-Man.
Oh, what's up, bro? Yeah, you need to drop that. We're not doing the gendered language.
Correct.
Okay, Hemon. I get that a lot of you people think that stuff is gender neutral. It's not, bro, dude. No, that don't fly here. Okay, you respect trans people, or your pronouns are going to be was and were. Okay, we good? We tracking? Awesome. Or my pronouns are going to become your problem.
And I'm just going to back out because Mama Sasha can take care of herself, and she is doing well. And I'm just thinking, I was like, damn.
Your pronouns will be was and were, and my pronoun will quickly become your problem. I love that the one day when somebody said to me, wow, you just don't give a fuck, Sasha, being living or dead. And I said, there are no living or dead. And they're like, well, what do you mean by that? There are only those who will and won't be bothering me any longer. And they're like, that's kind of dark. And I'm like, that's me, baby. That's me.
I think it was like the first time I met you, the first story you ever told me was going to the local bar and smashing some guy's head in the toilet. And it's like, damn. And it's like, just help me take the body out so we can pretend that he got drunk and we'll call the police on him.
Yeah. I've laid people out. No problem. I remember one time, again, pre-transition, I go to this pub and I run into an ex, and it's so funny because they're talking to somebody, and you can tell they're talking about me. And me, I'm just there to pick up a six-pack and leave. And this big old dude comes up behind me. I don't even think. And it's so funny because the bouncer at the place I went and got my six-pack is seeing what happens. And me, I'm just kind of waving, letting him know, I know you're there, bouncer. I don't care. I got this. And the dude comes up behind me. And I'm digging in my truck, putting the six-pack away. Well, I come up on that dude and turn around real quick and lay him out with a crowbar. And it's one of these places that got the little slide off, and I slide him off to the side of the hill and then piss all over him. And I look at the bouncer, I look back at him, I'm like, yeah, he got drunk, fell over, pissed all over himself. I don't know what's up with that. And the bouncer cracks up laughing like, I knew he was trying to come at you. I was like, yeah, well, he fell, pissed all over himself. What a fucking loser. You know? I've done that stuff constantly. Because to me, you've got to take care of yourself. I've learned rather quickly, people won't fuck with you if you won't let them fuck with you.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Little message sent to Renee, so now we're just gonna have to wait and see if Renee responds, because sometimes it's interesting with these people who are, I shouldn't say celebrities, but known. It's just you never know if they're gonna respond back to you, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, see, with me, Fire, like, my philosophy's always been lines in the sand. You can keep drawing that line and drawing that line and drawing that line until your ass is up against the wall or you're falling off a cliff. At some point, you got to stop drawing that line.
Mm-hmm.
And me, no. There is no line. And me, I guess it's old programming, old tactics. You push me hard, I'm going to push back harder. You know? Like, fucking First Blood is one of my most frequent quotes. They drew first blood, not me. You might be king shit out in the land, but out here, I'm Queen Sasha. Anything goes. Or like the movie I'm currently watching, I'll cut you, bleed you real quietly. Give away my position one more time.
Well, it sounds like Fireheart's backing you up, and well,
we got it. Him's probably already left or been blocked or whatever. Don't need to do it. He was warned. You know, and that's something I like to point out, is that happens so frequently. They always want to go with that fucking microaggression of dude, bro, because they want to go, oh, it's gender neutral. No. You chose to use that word choice in front of a trans person. You are covering your ass. I would have more respect for you if you just came out and called me the T word.
Mm-hmm.
Have a lot more respect.
Agreed.
Because to me, if you come out and drop that T word in front of me, I know exactly what you are. You're not trying to hide. And of course, most people don't like to do that around me because I screen grab everything. I keep everything. And that scares people. And it's like, if you got something to be afraid of when it involves me, that means you got something to hide in your heart that you don't want out.
Well, welcome to this live thing, Mr. Nice Hog. Yes, how are you? Well, I'm fantastic. How about yourself?
Yeah, trans.
And trans?
Yeah, trans, yeah. It's cool. That's how I roll, you know. It's just me and who I am. Just don't be a fetishist or an asshole and be cool. Oh my god, speaking of fetishists, did you see that shit the other day? Or was that today? That was today, wasn't it? No, it was yesterday. Where dude just messages me out of the blue. You want to hook up?
Yeah, I saw that.
And me being me, that $500 payment request. You're wasting my time. This is for wasting my time. $500. Here's my OnlyFans. Pay me. I'm not your spank material. Don't hit me up asking to hook up. Especially when I know you are local. And I know you've been in bars and have seen me and have hung out with your friends. And I've heard the little boyish giggling and making fun of the trans person. But yet in private, you're going to try to hook up with me? It says an awful lot about you. Just saying, not saying. That's cool. I think Nice Hog was on last night. I think. Or not last night, Monday. So, yeah, you don't have to pitbull him, Fire, right? We're good. We're good. I'm glad.
We're good.
I'm glad we got our defenders, and that's fine. 257 comments.
Nice.
Yeah, and I have to correct people, you know, because how do we learn? You know, until somebody says, hey, hold up, Paul, this is not a gender-neutral word. let me explain why. And my favorite thing, especially with dude, is even the turtles use dudette.
Yeah.
And that should tell you it's not gender neutral. Also, my favorite thing to say is if it's somebody who identifies as cishet and mask, okay, well, how many dudes have you fucked? And if they have to pause to think about that, that tells you right there it's not gender neutral. And if there's somebody who's still that much of a punk, I'm like, hey, I know this biker bar out toward Western Maryland, that if you still think it's gender neutral, I want you to find the biggest sit-het mask biker you can find, rocking one of those swastikas and 1%ers, and walk up to him and ask him how many dudes he's fucked. I will come and visit you at the hospital to ask you how well it went. And very few people go that far.
Yeah.
It ceases to be gender neutral once I ask, oh, how many dudes have you fucked? Or are you willing to go ask this big dude how many dudes they've fucked?
Mm-hmm.
And very few people are willing to go that far. Very few.
As far as, do you remember when I first joined your chat, I think it was, what's up, dude, or dudette?
Yep, I saw. That's why I went to that diatribe. Yep. And I always give people a chance, because first and foremost, I want to educate. And you can tell people who need educated versus people who are being a dick. You weren't being a dick, Fire. You just were somebody who needed that education. And now you know. And knowing is half the battle. The other half is violence.
I just suspect whenever you do that, there's a shooting star in a rainbow. The more you know. Do.
Yep. No, I'm used to G.I. Joe, and knowing is half the battle. And I've always wanted them to show up at the end, and the other half is violence.
Oh, yeah. Or what is the...
Pork chop sandwiches.
One of my friends likes from Family Guy. G.I. Jose.
We're talking about Jose again. His little ears are burning.
Probably.
He's busy at his lollipop guild. I tried to get him on. He was like, oh, good stuff going. I'm busy. All right, well, I see how it is. I invite you on. I know it's last minute, but fuck, make time. Make time.
Yeah, well, he's talking because Barcelona didn't make the playoffs.
Oh, his soccer.
Yeah, they didn't make the playoffs.
His soccer.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say that again. Soccer. Because we don't call that football over here, little man. Football is what we call pussified rugby. It's pretty bad when the Brits have more hardcore sports than what we do.
Uh-huh.
When cricket and rugby are worse than baseball and football, I should tell you something. Don't start with the guys. We've already been down with that. But hey, Floyd.
Oh, yeah.
Here you've got guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
Welcome to the multicultural pals.
Multicultural powers unite. Form of alcoholic. And you're like, form of panda. And Hosea's form of taco.
Let's see. I gotta find that now. There we go.
You're having a hard time breathing.
Harvey Birdman, attorney at law.
Do we need to call an ambulance?
Because you got Black Falcon, it's Super Bowl. Juan Gigante, the negotiator, and his little friend.
And all form that head. Yeah, no. I was going with Wonder Twins powers because we're the multicultural force.
Or the Peter Griffin. Wonder Twin powers activate. Form of
See,
That's right.
see, DJ, like for that would be dinotherms are connected. I think that is. Is dinotherms connected? Interlocks or go?
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say don't choke to death on the show. If you choke to death on the show without me making a nice sacrificial circle, it's not going to benefit anybody. You know, we can figure out how to get you an ambulance, but you know, if there's going to be a sacrifice on the show, at least let me prep a little. I mean, come on. I mean, candles and chalk and the cats. I'm going to make George peel them. He can peel the cats. He can be big. He can be big wheeler cat peeler. I peels cats all day.
And I'm over here laughing at Leslie Jordan.
Why are we laughing at Leslie Jordan?
He's hilarious. He's the guy that lives in Tennessee, but he's been on Will and Grace. He's
Who
what
am
you call
I?
He's like what you call true flamboyant gay who's out, and he's like in his 60s, and he
Who
now
am
has a new
I?
album coming out, music. I think it's funny.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, am I being asked who am I? Dear God, don't make me start quoting Terror Mask. We'll be having way too much fun here soon.
Deuce Man said at she.
Yeah. At me? I don't know. Y'all are confusing me. I was about to say, if I start quoting a Terror Mask, we're going to be here a while. I can do Terror Mask quotes. Who am I? I'm God. More importantly, you're God. Or at least the only one listening right now. What do I want? Just a little bit of faith. For without faith, I am nothing. And without me, you're fucked. Oh, the Terror Mask from Splatterhouse. How I love it. Especially considering it was voiced by Monterey Jack from Rescue Rangers. That will forever crack me up. Okay, Floyd needs to go. Bye, Floyd. Bye, 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 bye. Bye. Trans women are women. You're just an asshole. An assholeo. And I think George is already clicking away, so either George got it or Fire got it first.
I think Fire got it, but what I'm doing is removing messages.
Okay. Bye-bye. Put them in timeout. Next one's a report.
Boom.
Because I don't play. Floyd Rose vibrator system. Well, I guess it's some sort of vibrator look joke. I have no idea. I don't know what's up with Deuce. We'll let Deuce, Bigelow, male Gigolo, figure it out. We'll wait and see. We'll wait patiently and see what Deuce wants to do. I mean, come on. The name is Deuce. Says it all, don't it? Sounds like a lot of shit to me.
Oh, my favorite artist I follow on Instagram took up with the Pepe Le Pew thing. Basically drew Pepe Le Pew as Peter Griffin's neighbor, or Quagmire, and he's holding Quagmire's head in one hand and giving thumbs up in the other, and he's Pepe Le Pew under Quagmire's head.
And again, with Pepe Le Pew, they're not getting rid of Pepe Le Pew.
I know.
They're just getting rid of somebody that confronted Pepe Le Pew, which to me is volumes worse. And don't get me started on the Speedy Gonzalez thing, because the real problem was Slow-Mo. I don't know if you remember Slow-Mo or not, but from the early...
Oh, yeah, I remember. It's like, oh, Speedy Gonzalez, he's the fastest mouse in all the Mexico.
Right. And so what they did is they got rid of Slow-Mo. And they've done that since the early 2000s, because I want to say it was, 2010, they did a reboot of Looney Tunes on Cartoon Network. It was mostly focused on Bugs Bunny, Daffy, and their relationships with their significant others. Porky Pig showed up as a single guy. There was an episode with Bugs and Drag pretty much dating Porky because Porky couldn't figure it out because there was no dance partner for him.
Yes, I remember.
Speedy was slowed down. I mean, I think he still delivered pizzas, but he ran a pizza parlor. And to me, I'm like, wait. To me, that seems a little bit more racist. Because a lot of the Italian joints here are ran by the Latino people in my area. And I'm like, are we being racist more or less here? I'm not sure.
That's right. Yeah, that's right, Bone Breaker. Slowpoke Rodriguez was the name of that mouse.
Yeah. But the thing of it is that, like, they've been correcting Looney Tunes for a very long time, and nobody's really cared until somebody says, hey, stop, let's address this. I mean, hell, the warnings on the DVDs for Looney Tunes have been in place since early 2000s. Since DVDs started becoming more mainstream, if you wanted to buy a box set of Looney Tunes, or if you go to Warner Brothers Archive and download them, you get a little warning after anything that might be racially, culturally insensitive. They exist. You can still get them. They're still available, but you're going to get a little box. But nobody's really started complaining until recently, because heaven forbid they might remove this character. And they're not removing the character. They removed the scene where he was actually being addressed. And to me, that's more problematic than removing the character, because after 80 years, his rapist ass needs to be addressed. Especially at his age. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And, yeah, to me, it's just like, ugh. And it's like, know the full story before you hop on your bandwagon. And not only that, but nobody's trying to take Peppy away from you. They are saying, look. They're saying, open your eyes. They're saying, put on the fucking glasses and take a look. Because they live, we sleep. Oh, horror movies. We can learn so many things from them.
Yeah, we do. We learn so many things, and especially how many ways can we disembowel a body with such and such weapon?
No, I wouldn't even go that far. I mean, just like from the allegories that are in them, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, consider Dawn of the Dead, the original Dawn of the Dead.
Mm-hmm.
All the dead are going to the fucking mall. That's like a statement in and of itself on consumerism. Even in death, we must consume.
Agreed, and hence what we call now the zombie walks, where we dress up as zombies, but
Going to the
we
pub.
do it like, for instance, the one I did was talking about mass consumerism, where everyone was zombies, like one dressed up as a Starbucks barista, but was basically talking about consumerism of Starbucks and how much they pollute America and the world with their coffee.
I don't have proper pronouns. Mine are mandatory. Mine aren't preferred. They're mandatory for your continued existence. That's why I just want to get these scripts off the ground, because I have so many scenes in that first movie that address it, and it's like, ah. And I'm going to be so picky about that film. I pity anybody who wants to help me produce or budget it, because it is going to be very much a labor of love for me. But I'm going to be very anal about it.
Have you talked to Corey?
The thing of it is that I like Corey. But I like what she does. And again, I mean, no offense by it. But it's not the vision I'm looking for.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? I know what I want. And short of me having to do it myself, I don't really see anybody that could have did it except for one person, because we have a very similar eye. But getting them off their duff to actually do something is like pulling teeth. And I think we know who I'm talking about.
Uh-huh, yeah.
You know, ex-military, actually does have a good eye for cinematography. Takes 5 years to put out a fucking movie.
I know.
And can be a bigot. without realizing they're being a bigot. And in front of me, no less. And it's like, you're aware of what I'm capable of, right? Completely and utterly, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know my reflexes are dull because we've been sitting here drinking a while, right? Yeah, there are a few people who can pull off the vision that I have, and with the first film, which is a siege movie, I want it done right.
Yeah.
I know I pretty much have everybody in mind for cast. The second movie scares me, but I'm going to have fun with it.
All right, you entertain your masses. I'm going to go get something to drink before I fall asleep here, so
Okay.
I shall return. Entertain the masses, because they're now talking about pronouns.
Oh God.
And,
well, let's go somewhere else, guys. Let's back off of the pronouns, okay? Let's go to our happy places.
shall return, guys.
Let's get out of the conjunction junction. What's your function? All right. I try to understand everybody fire. I really do. I really do. You know? Because I can't fully walk in your size 9 stilettos, nor can anybody walk on mine. You know, they can be a bit of a bitch to climb around in. But at the end of the day is that we're all human. We all bleed. I love horror because it's the ultimate equalizer. We all bleed red. Except for some rare circumstances, but that's neither here nor there. We all bleed red. At the end of the day, it's the ultimate equalizer. From king to bravo girl, we all wind up the same way. Granted, yes, some of us get better coffins, but we all wind up the same way. And, you know, everybody has their struggles. Everybody has their complications. And it just means you have a high copper content, if that's the case. That means you might have a little bit of Spock in you. What is that species? Vulcan. There I go, losing my nerd cred. But anyways, we all bleed red. It's the ultimate equalizer. From king to brother girl, nobody gets out of this race alive. It's the human race, and nobody's getting out alive. That's why you gotta enjoy life. That's why it goes back to what I was telling you earlier about being you, being yourself, enjoying life. You know, accepting you for you. Fuck everybody else. Because on a cosmic scale, talking to somebody who's been and seen and done weird shit, on a cosmic scale, we're just grains in a massive beach. Little tiny grains, insignificant in the bigger picture. No matter what you do tomorrow or the day after, you're still going to die. It's a scary thought to some. To me, it can be liberating. You know? It's like, I was talking to my friends the other day about Lillian Gish. You know, a lot of people go, Lillian Gish? Who's Lillian Gish? To me, it's a very important story. Back in her day, Lillian Gish was the biggest actress known to man. Very beautiful. Everybody loved her. Biggest name out there. Bigger than the Beatles, Lillian Gish was. But you bring up her name today, nobody remembers. Nobody cares. I do. I'm just some weird trans girl. But nobody remembers, nobody cares. And that's got to be something, to basically be this big thing that was put on the pedestal, biggest thing since sliced bread, as they say. And then just the anonymity of it, the nothing. You know, it doesn't matter how big you get or how little you are. We all end up the same. For me, that's refreshing, because no matter what all the bad shit I've been through in my lifetime, at some point in time, none of it will have mattered. And for me, that's freeing. All the mud, the blood, the guts washes clean. You know? That's refreshing. Lillian gets security. I get my life back. So you got to look at it from a greater cosmic scale.
See the masks we're talking about?
I just went into a whole spiel about Lillian Gish.
Ah.
Are you familiar with Lillian Gish?
Vaguely.
Biggest actress of her day back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Huge. Bigger than the Beatles.
Yep.
Now, nobody today remembers or anything of that nature. And I guess if you're ever on that scale, I guess that's kind of depressing. But imagine if you've had a hard or a difficult life. Lillian Gish gets obscurity. Some of us just get our lives back. Just depends on how you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, you have to think with Lillian Gish, she was a star back when silent films were big, and then
that's the point, Fire. That's the point.
What?
She's like, I don't know who that is. Look her up.
And then, of course, at that time, and also think of what was the other big one at the time? An actor called Fatty Arbuckle, but we all know what Fatty Arbuckle did and what he was into. But it was more of the weird transition from silent film actor to, oh, there's now sound. And will I do well with sound? Oh, now we have color. Will I do well with color?
No, I was just using as an example, like in the cosmic scale, we're all just tiny grains of sand. No matter what we do, how big we are, no matter what big of an impact we make to those around us, we're still going to die. There's still a balance to it. And some people, that's scary, because I can do all this great and wonderful stuff. To other people, that's freeing. You know, to me, it's basically like enjoy your life, because it's fleeting. Yep. Enjoy that fame and stardom while it lasts, because it may not be there tomorrow. Take your shot. Do your thing. Because on the cosmic scale, we're all going to be dead at some point anyway. On a long enough timeline, the rate of survival drops to 0.
Correct.
And besides, life is a fatal sexually contracted disease. Cheers.
Yeah, we're all just one big giant sexual disease. So.
Yep. Enjoy life. Be you. Do what you need to do. Because at the end of the day, in the long run, on the cosmic scale, the universe isn't going to change one way or the other.
No, it's not.
It's still going to remain. The sun is still going to come up tomorrow. It's going to set in the evening. And it's going to keep happening forever and ever. We're much smaller than what we sometimes perceive ourselves to be. Yeah. And to some, that's depressing. To me, it's fucking awesome. Hate me all you want. It's not gonna destroy the universe. But if I can figure out how to do it. You know. That's just it. What'd you get to drink?
I'm drinking healthy. I have water with Mio.
Mio?
I used to not like it, but I now drink it more than I should, so...
Water. You know what fish do in that stuff?
Yeah, but this is that Roaring Springs water.
You've heard of sperm whales, right? It's not just a pretty name.
Yeah. Yes, Fireheart. We all end up as dirt, eventually.
Yep, all dirt. All dirt. They all get to feed the little wormies. But what a field day for the wormies. Me, I'm not leaving a corpse. I want my enemies wondering. I want them still checking every corner. I want them to go, I didn't see a body, so I don't know where that Sasha is. It's like I told that one dude who tried to run me down. Next time you try to kill me, make sure I'm all the way dead. Because next time, I'm coming back and making you my bitch if I'm not.
Some managed to archive that feat while still being alive.
Some managed to archive that feat while still being alive. Well, you know. Yeah. You know, it's just voices out in the void, man. Who's listening? Mm-hmm. Maybe if I'm lucky, I got a few aliens jerking off tonight. Yay me. And as I say, if I made you come, you still owe me a drink.
To become dirt, that is. Oh, that's funny. Most of them end up in politics.
Yeah, I could never see me as a diplomat. I just really couldn't. Too much of great Uncle Vlad in me. The White House lawn just littered with pikes.
I can't see you as a diplomat, but if you were, you'd be just like this. I don't give a shit. We're doing it my way, and if you don't like it, so be it. You can kiss my ass.
You know when sand is hot enough, it becomes glass.
Huh? Yeah.
Piss me off, nations that are in the desert. Piss me off by all means. I have a new vacation spot planned. The glass beaches.
Interesting.
Yeah, like I said, I when I joke about being a warlord, it's not far off. Have people come to visit, pull exactly what my Uncle Vlad did to the Turks. Oh, well, they won't remove their hats. They won't. It's against their culture. Okay, nail them to their heads so they can never have to remove them again. Oh, you buried my family alive. Let me let you die slowly while you're still alive on a fucking stick. But hey, zero crime. Works out. I'm getting extremely tired. Hey, if you gotta go, you gotta go. You know, do your thing. I'll be back again maybe next week. I don't know. We'll see how things play out. Like I said, I know I gotta get this episode out with George for Leprechaun in the Hood with Kim K. Maybe I'll do something special for St. Patrick's if I'm not throwing up my guts, but not in the fun way because of COVID shot. We'll see. But yeah, have fun. And Big Sister, I'm more like a mama. I'm more like Mama Sasha, you know? If there ever is a stand situation, I'll be the old lady that everybody comes see. Though I'd probably be more like Randall Flagg in Vegas, doing the whole dance toward the fire. Now I kind of want the jean jacket with the buttons now, because I think that would work for me. I really do. Big old smiley.
What size?
Huh?
What size?
I don't know. I'd have to try it. And probably about a medium in a women's now. I'm not sure. But I need the smiley button. I need different ones so I can change them out so it has different expressions. But it's the same design, but secretly change them out. So I'm like purposely fucking with people.
Be like, wait, wasn't this button on your left?
No. Like the face changes.
Oh, yeah.
Because sometimes it's smiling, sometimes its eyes are wincing, sometimes, yeah.
I keep thinking of Robbed of Men in Tights by Mel Brooks. It's like, wait, wasn't your mole on your left?
Okay. Well, Aunt works as well. You know, Auntie Sasha. Angry Auntie Sasha. Yeah. Aunt works, yeah. I didn't say aunt. I said aunt. I think it's got a little bit more distinguished to it. Not aunt. Not aunt. You know, because that just reminds me of Trees That Walk, and then it reminds me of boring-ass Lord of the Rings. The movie's so boring, the trees even walk.
Yeah, and it took them how long when they could have just hopped on a griffin and just dropped the ring off and, and be done with it?
To me, Randall Graves from Clerks 2 described it best. Let me describe the whole movie for you. He picks up what looks like a ring, and then he walks, and then he drops it, and then he walks away. That's Lord of the Rings. And it took 3 movies, 9 hours, to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 different endings. Lord of the fucking Rings. And we're getting the Silmarillion now. Oh, I hate this world. I really do. I really do. I mean, it was always a joke. Oh, well, next they'll adapt the Silmarillion. And then they adapted The Hobbit. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding? And then it was all of a sudden, now we're doing a TV show. I was like, oh my god. I think somewhere J.R.R. Tolkien is just rolling in his grave, laughing his ass off. Yep, always. I'm not going anywhere. I don't drive, so I'm safe. My bed is there, so I'm good. I'm awesome. Now, if you get tired, you can conk at any time, George. I'm not going to keep you up all night, because I know you work, and I know you got scripts to do. I don't know what you got planned for tomorrow, but from the sound of it, you're working on your episode. So.
Well, I got to finish the script. And then dinner over at my mother's friend's house, but that's really about it. Tomorrow is what I call film day. And then I just have to say, that I didn't realize this till I started doing artists, that Africa has this amazing pool of artists. I don't know where they come from, but it's like this own little artist community. It's like I did one a few weeks ago, and he is a fantastic ballpoint artist who makes wonderful, lifelike paintings and pictures using Bic ballpoint pens, and only Bic. I was like, damn, where'd you come from? And then as soon as I'm done with him, someone else writes me.
Nightfire.
I'm a mixed media artist, and I'm from Africa. And I was like, seriously?
Did you know that there's no vampires down in Africa?
I did not know that.
Do you know why? Because they bless the rains down there.
And good night, fire.
Ba-doom-doom. You've never heard that one before.
No. But let's see if I can get my Alexa to do something. I'm going to... Oh, I didn't speak. Because Alexa does some funny things. Alexa, I need to hide somebody.
Giant stadium's a good place to hide someone. Just ask Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah, Alexa's dark.
Yeah. I've heard those from Alexa. I've heard those from all kinds of stuff. My favorite is the kid that hasn't developed talking right yet, so Alexa doesn't understand what he's saying, and it's trying to pull up off of this porn. And the kid just wants to hear Baby Shark.
That just reminds me of
Peace and chicken grease fire.
Mentally, and the mother posted a photo of him in his Halloween costume, and it's a kid. The kid's wheelchair is a tank, and he's dressed up. And of course, someone in the chat had to say, "Oh, I like your son's costume. Is he in his special forces?"
It's wrong. It's so wrong, but dear God.
It's so wrong, but we can't help not laugh at that.
I remember one time, I was at this workplace, and somebody had just got promoted to something, and they were just bragging about it. And me being the dick I was at the time, the first words out of my mouth are like, wow, that's like saying you're the smartest kid with Down syndrome. Terrible, I know. But, yeah. Oh, where was I working? I think it was at the movie theater, and somebody's like, I now get to help with projection. Ooh, lovely you.
Yeah, I remember growing up, and people would say, I actually want to be the projectionist. It's like, why is that? You never know what you can catch happening down there. I was like, dude, that's disgusting.
Well, the projectionist, like, it was a boring job, because back in the day, if you didn't have a manual turnover, you had to click the switch to switch the reels over, because usually there was about 6 reels in a movie. And I always used to like to get a new employee to carry the reels up when I worked at the movie theater here in town ages ago, when we still had one at Southgate Cinema, and because there's a Southgate Shopping Center downtown. And it was so funny, because like I'd always get some dumb shit kid who wants to learn how to be a projectionist. I'm like, oh, bring the films up. And every last one of them dumb fuckers would try to grab the whole thing. Oh, my shoulder, my arm hurts. Well, yeah, carry them up a reel at a time. Don't try to carry all 6 at once, dumbass. You know? Because they were heavy. Oh, these are heavy. Well, yeah, that's why they're in 6 different cases. You know? Oh, yeah. Things that you learn.
Mm-hmm.
And to think nobody has to do that now, and that's such a weird world we live in.
Yeah, it is very weird.
I remember there for a while, all of the drive-ins were running film projection.
Yep.
And they all had to transfer over to digital because they were just stopping doing film. And, yeah, it was interesting because, you know, here are these people having to learn something completely new or completely than what they're used to. And I just found that very interesting. Because to me, it was a lot easier than trying to change the platters out and splice the trailers in. And now it was just drag, drop, and clip. And I'm like, wow, I'm so glad I learned it the old way. But I'm also so glad that I can adapt to the new way, you know. So, it's weird. Weird things to think about.
I mean, everyone now is saying, well, if you don't adapt to the changes of digital, your theater's going to be out. I'm just like, yeah, but the old school was, yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Well, it's, with older film, you can see grain. You can still see the grain in with, like some of the older movies out there, especially if you got HD
Correct.
copies. And I don't care what version of that film you're getting. You're not getting that crystal clear, crisp picture you would get with a modern film. I don't care how much we can HD this and make it better, you're never going to get it. In fact, like, they've ruined some films that way. Jaws, for example, because a lot of people want to put it in, you know, 3DS and THX sound. When that came out, it came out in stereo sound, a 2-speaker job. You get what I'm saying? It didn't come out in 3D surround sound, no. They had to force it into 3D surround sound. They had to add sounds. You are not watching Jaws as it was originally meant to be seen. And a lot of people don't realize that. Is it still a good movie? Yes, but there's a lot of things that have been changed because the technology has changed and we're trying to make it better. But in fact, there's different music cues, there's different things. It is not the same experience that they got during when it came out in the early 70s.
It's just like Star Wars. They remaster and redo the Star Wars, make it digital, and
me clunky. Yeah, you clearly are clunky.
Correct. And it's like, oh, it looks so realistic. Well, yeah, but originally when I saw it, that was a model, and it was flying across the screen.
And there's people who have dedicated their time to bring back the original versions. Like watching the Star Wars Despecialized edition.
Yeah. I mean, it's just pure cinematic greatness.
Especially Harmy's, because Harmy's got his hand on a 35mm print. Original, theatrical, meaning it did not have the Episode 4 crawl. It just had Star Wars crawl. Star Wars, because that's what it was. It wasn't Episode 4, A New Hope. It was just Star Wars and then the title crawl. And he found one of those prints, and he got a hold of an original print of Empire from '80, and he went about restoring it. And it is brilliant, because he was able to get that close to an original negative. You know what I mean? Not even a negative, but an original 35 millimeter. It's like my favorite Rituals. I love Rituals. I don't know if I've ever watched Rituals with you or not, but with Hal Hollowbrook and a bunch of doctors that go into the middle of the woods, and it's from my birth year, or was it 80? Maybe it was 80. But they go into the woods, and it is a pre-Saw, pre-Deliverance, pre-Hills Have Eyes prototype for all of those movies, and it is so good. And somebody found that print, because there for the longest time you could only get it on VHS, but somebody found that print in the back of a fucking closet.
Seriously?
Yes.
Wow.
And it is beautifully restored. Is it perfect? By no means, but it's better than trying to watch it on VHS. One of the things I brought up before you came on the show is I love Toho films, but I love Toho films that aren't their typical kaiju Toho film.
Correct, yeah.
And I love Matango, which is one of the films I'm going to be working with Trevor with here soon. Me and Trevor are going to do Matango.
Matango's good.
Yeah, because I've got him watching, and I felt bad because I was like, look, I know you don't game. I said, but you need to experience Last of Us somehow before the TV show comes out. And so the smallest video I could find, that's just like a game movie, the shortest one that has all the elements instead of just cutscenes, but like everything so you kind of understand the plot, still ran at 4.5 hours.
Wow.
And he's like, I've set through 7 Samurai. I was like, okay, as long as you're cool with this and understand that this is a game and it's not meant to be viewed as a cinematic experience, but there is some cinema and drama to it. And I said, as a parent, you're going to get hit, and you're going to get hit hard. I said, because those first 15 minutes are hell. And I said, them last 15 minutes are redemption, but still hell. And he's like, oh, you have me sold. And I was like, I said, I didn't think I was sold on the game until I completed it with my son. And he says to me, Mama Sasha, this is a mirror. I'm like, what do you mean, this is a mirror? And he's like, well, Joel loses daughter. Outbreak happens, Joel loses daughter, all this stuff happened. Joel meets little girl. Joel doesn't like little girl. Little girl doesn't like Joel. Joel starts to like little girl. Little girl winds up in bad situation. Joel saves little girl. It's like he got his daughter back. And I'm like, wow. And my son caught that right away. And he's like, playing through the second one now, and I've already finished it, and I'm just waiting for that gut punch. He's already gotten the first gut punch. He's already gotten that first one. But he hasn't gotten, and I keep explaining to him, I said, vengeance is a funny thing. We have to look at both sides. Why that person did what they did to you, and is it worth what you're doing to them? Are we any better? And I'm like, there's an old saying about vengeance, you need to dig 2 graves. And he's like, this is going to end bad, isn't it? And I said, yeah. He's like, oh, I hate that Abby chick. I said, yeah, I know. I did too. And he's like, oh, this is going to end bad. Because, like, I noticed you said, I did too. Because you kind of get to the point where you're like, Abby has a point. But there's no good guys here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I have Trevor playing, well, not playing, but watching through the first one, so I'm like, there's parallels to Matango. He's like, what? I was like, not just the cordyceps parallel being a fungus. I said, but other parallels as well. I said, hell, Matango could be a prequel to The Last of Us, and I'd be perfectly okay with that. Because it would make sense. And he's like, okay, now I need to see this. And so he's watching through that, and then we're going to review Matango. And like I said, I got Predator, I got Matango. We need to do the Running Man. I know Mick wants to do something. So I got a pretty good lineup this year. I'm ecstatic. I'm like, yay.
No, when you were saying, you know what Joe talked about, it's like, oh, and the beat in my head is like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Running Man. It's like, yeah.
Time to start running. And just the whole introducing the Stalkers. And I hope they keep the name Stalker in the remake. But just introducing the Stalker, making these over-characterized characters. Like the Sub-Zero before Sub-Zero we're all familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole Arnold line, Sub-Zero. Now he's just plain Zero. Or him getting the dude with the chainsaws, he had to split. Yep. Oh, that movie is so good. And yes, it's low-grade cheese, but I'm curious as to what the guy who did Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead is going to do with it.
I think it can either be a win-win or it can be a not win-win, but regardless of whatever happens, I think it's going to be, I'm not going to go as far as saying a complete masterpiece, but it actually may be something that we will not forget.
I just hope it doesn't turn into a comedy. I want it done seriously. That much I do know. And I want it done less campy than the original. Because the original did feel like, and pardon me, some of the people I know, like Tony Masalo, but it felt like shot on shitty-o crap.
Mm-hmm.
And I want a big budget thing. And to me it's like, well, who do we have left that's a brilliant game show host that can pull off that menace? And I honestly can't think of anybody. Because I don't think the chubby dude from Home Improvement that was kind of like Tim Allen's sidekick will work, because that doesn't make sense.
Well, he was a game show host.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Family Feud for a while.
I don't think he would work. I don't think the guy who's currently on the Feud would work, because he's full of problems.
What about bringing back Bob Barker?
Is he still alive? I thought he passed.
No, he's still alive.
That wasn't Bob Barker. That was in the original one.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about was it Price is Right with Bob Barker?
Oh! This is gonna sound weird, but follow me here. I don't know if he's still alive, but it could work. Mark fucking Summers.
Oh yeah, Mark Summers is alive.
From Double Dare?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Could you imagine him given that role?
Mm-hmm.
He's old enough, and given some of the stuff that went on with Double Dare, I could see him almost having a gleeful menace about it.
Well, he still does Double Dare, because Nickelodeon is getting out the new one, and he still does that, so.
Well, hell, even, what's his name, Ahmed Best, is now a game show host.
Oh, yes.
Because he does the whole thing for Star Wars, despite being Jar Jar Binks.
Let's see game show hosts. What about that guy that they just let go from The Bachelor?
No.
No?
No.
Let's see, there's Chuck Woolery, Pat Sajak.
I thought Pat was dead.
No, Pat Sajak's still the host of Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, okay. Maybe Pat. Or hell.
I can actually see maybe Howie Mandel.
Is no, not Howie. No. Is Vanna still around?
Brady?
Switch it up a little bit. Have Vanna do it.
Yeah, I could see that. Or if anything, what about Ben Stein?
Ben Stein? Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
No?
Mm-mm. Oh God, everybody's gonna hate me. But it'd be funny. And I think he could pull off Menace. Oh, what's his name? Jeff Foxworthy.
I can see him doing that.
Yep.
No, Google, I was not talking to you. Hush.
Jeff freaking Foxworthy. I could see that. That would be a interesting casting choice.
I can see that. And he'd be like, are you smarter than a 5th grader? Horror edition.
Yep. Or, and granted, I don't know if it would ever work, but what's his name that's on The Feud now? He's way too problematic when it comes to certain things, but he could have that right kind of...
You're talking about my favorite, Steve Harvey.
Yeah, Steve Harvey is problematic when it comes to a lot of things, but...
He is, but boy, when he's on The Feud, there's some of those answers and the sense of humor. He just gets me.
I could see him, because you could have somebody like Chris Hemsworth in Arnold's role.
Mm-hmm.
And you could see that line playing out, I'll be back, only in a rerun. And to me, that's what would sell it for casting for me, is the two actors that can play off of each other with that line.
Yeah.
I'll be back, only in a rerun. Oh, that would be so cool.
Well, I played a game in the 90s that was for Mac. This is back when companies would release demos, and to unlock the full version of the game, you actually had to go buy it, and then it'll send you a full copy. But it was like some sort of matching game, I remember. And one of the phrases was, "I'll be back unless you register." I said, seriously?
Yeah. But I'm just like... I feel you. I hear that. We may wrap this up here shortly. I don't know yet.
I'm same way, and I'm here looking at cameras because I'm replacing my camera. And I'm like, don't you just get a camera this summer? Yeah, but I started talking to one of my other friends, and my friend is like, well, I just got this camera, and this camera does this. Oh, it fixes the problem with the fact your camera overheats. It doesn't overheat anymore. It's like, so, okay, where do I buy it?
Yeah, I'm thinking about upgrading my PS4 camera if I can find one of them circular ones, and then trading mine out for Chris's.
Cool.
Well, not trading mine out, but giving my current one to Chris. Because the newer one's supposed to be better, and it's compatible with the PS5, and it's like, you know what I mean?
And then when you do get the PS5, it's like, boom.
Yep, I've already got it.
Nice.
Yeah, I just, I'm curious about the package he has for me.
He wouldn't even tell me. It's like, oh, I got Sasha's a care package. You want to see?
I know.
I was like, sure.
I
He
know
sends me a picture, and it's a package black. It's like, Sasha's gonna enjoy this when she opens it, and I could just hear Chris having this little evil laughter in the background. I'm like, okay.
It's going to be there at the con, so most likely. So
Nice.
as long as it's not at the house, it's all good. But I told him, I'm like, there better not be any, PS or PSP discs in there. And he's like, well, why is that? I said, because I don't want to have to dig glitter out of the PSP discs. I said, those are not fun to dig glitter out of. And he's like, oh. And I was like, yeah. I said, unfortunately, they don't have those retractable sleeves like they had originally planned with the device. I'm still trying to find decent contacts that worked with Interact when the PSP and the PSP Go were still active. Because basically Interact was building a UMD drive, an external one, for the PSP Go and the Vita. So you could play your PSP UMDs. And I just want to get my hands on it to see how far it got. Because recently that turn your Game Boy into basically a PDA thing came out. And a lot of people didn't think that it existed, but here's a couple prototypes that finally are in the hands of people, and I'm like, ooh, so maybe this got further along too,
Well, I found a camera. That's fantastic. It's like if I go for another bigger camera, I'm going to pay over $3,499. I don't want a lens, I just want the body. Well, if you just want the body, you're going to be paying over $3,499 just for the body only. I'm like, no! I'm not paying that much. Ridiculous.
I pay to get rid of bodies, not buy them.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. They're expensive, but as soon as you buy one, and 4 years later, they're going to come out with something better and new. Because one thing I'm going to dread is when I get the camera, because it's the camera I originally wanted. When I get the camera, the batteries have changed. So the current batteries I use for my A6300 will not fit in this new one. Because these batteries are lithium, and they hold better charge.
Supposedly.
Yeah, because these die quickly, and these are supposed to last longer. They're bigger batteries, in other words. So it's like, seriously? Okay.
Sorry, just one of my friends that just hit me up. What are you doing? And I just shot a video of what's going on right now. I'm like, what are you working on? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm on Facebook. Or not Facebook, I'm on YouTube. YouTube Live right now. So, such is life.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're a nice camera, but you're sold out. Damn it.
What camera are you looking at?
No, I was looking at Sony cameras. So it's like, one that just came out this year was the Sony 7C full frame, but sold out. I was like, go figure, that's popular. So I'm probably either going to get the Sony Alpha A6600, or I'm going to go full on and be just like my uncle, so he can't say my camera is better than your camera, which he probably will, because that's how we roll in Taiwan. He has a Sony camera, and his camera is going to probably be better than mine, but I'll probably just cough up the extra dough and pay.
So like a Borat situation.
Yeah. It's the Alpha A73 mirrorless 4K video camera, body only, and that's $1699.99. So that's going to be expensive, but in the end, it's going to be worth it, because that'll be the most I've ever spent on a camera.
He gets clock radio. I get iPod. Big win. Four people. Hey, we have a live chat going. By all means, throw in a question or whatever. Yeah, say hi, say hey. So, Laura, are you still with us, or are you still building armor and doing stuff? I bet you are. Probably. We're just hanging out now. We're at that point where I'm getting mellow and George is getting ready to pass out. And depending on what the temperature is outside, so stupidly removed AccuWeather from my phone. Maybe I'll go take a walk. I don't know. We'll find out. You know, who knows. So, I'm still sort of here. Yay, we're still sort of here too. I always like to get a big bunch of content, and then if I get bored at some point, I can pull all of it from YouTube and edit it down into something more concise instead of podcast masturbation, which is essentially what I call this. It's like, let's hop on. We don't have a topic. We don't have a plan. Let's go to it. You know, sometimes I do have a topic. Sometimes I do have a plan. Tonight was like, I just want to podcast and get something else out to say, yes, I still exist. So, yay, I still exist. Yay, existing. Yay, alcohol. Yay. And there was much rejoicing. Yay. Oh, me oh my. But yeah, what's good with everybody tonight? What's going on tonight? It's 1:15 a.m. on the East Coast. And you're with Mama Sash and Rocky here. And we are just watching the night drag on. We have not been destroyed by transphobes yet. And that's because I haven't lost my skirt or my top yet. So usually this.
And the fact that I just checked my phone and I was like, you got some Facebook updates, and my one friend is like, If anyone is looking for a very good time with rubber sheets and Vicks paper rub, let me know. I don't... Okay.
Maybe we should send him the information of the guy that messaged me the other day. Maybe those two could have fun. It would be funny. Just don't tell him about the Vicks paper rub. And he likes being gay while you're at it. Oh, I am a terrible, terrible person. I'm going to hell. Oh, wait, I run the place, so it's okay. It's a lovely place to vacation to at this time of year. Hell, I was having such a good time the other night before, the Zerg rush, or the transphobe rush. The Zerg rush showed up and destroyed everything. But hey, I got close to the 5-hour mark. We're almost there now. And then the Zerg rush will show up and I'll have to change my password again. Ooh. Make me change my password. No, anything but that. No. Just means I'll be back on in a couple days. Boo-hoo. Only thing that would be upsetting is the time that takes a bit to get back on in case I wanted to play a game. I'm just seeing where we're at view-wise. Well, 3 watching now, but once it processes, it'll have a final number, and then after it processes, that final number will be halved. Because YouTube's like, God forbid she streams on both PlayStation Network and on here. Those don't count as extra views. It's like somebody's watching on PlayStation Network, another person's watching on YouTube. That does count as extra views. Somebody still watched it. Doesn't matter if they're logged in or registered with YouTube or not. It was still a view. Somebody took the time to do that. Get over it. I've literally had, just by doing this, thousands of views. Thousands. And then all of a sudden YouTube gets involved. It's like 200. That's all you're getting. 200. It's like, whatever. I'll just keep doing it until, we have enough people. So where are we at in Fallout 4 there, DJ? Woo! That's hitting funny tonight. And not haha, funny me. The jokes get better, George. Come on. I almost feel like I should get you a drum set anytime you're on with me. You okay?
Me, I'm good.
I just heard something wibble wobble on your side. I was like, did you fall? Did you fall? You can't get up? I've fallen. You can't get up.
Help. I've fallen and I can't get up. My mother made a good point when that commercial came on. It was followed by discreet incontinence ad. Sent discreetly to your door.
Send this quickly to your door.
And that was followed by a life insurance commercial. And then she's like, are you trying to tell me something?
Yeah. You're going to fall and shit yourself, and then you're going to die.
Yeah. I'm doing a practice run for retaking the castle.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, with the Mirelurk Queen, huh? It's going to sound weird, but go to Boston first. Yes, I would never recommend anybody goes to Boston. But in Boston, you're going to find this guy in this house fighting off Mirelurks. He has a rifle known as the Reba 2. It does give added boost damage. What was that?
No idea.
But the Reba 2 gives added boost damage when you're fighting Mirelurks. And it's fairly decently upgraded. But you got to do the submission in Boston to get the Reba 2. And once you have the Reba 2, it is so much easier killing that Mirelurk Queen. Once you have the gun upgraded to like the .308 rounds, so much better. You don't need the .44 or the .50 rounds. They're helpful, but get that rifle and you're going to have so much of an easier time taking the castle. That's Mama Sasha's pro tips. Do that. You can also kill the guy and steal his rifle when you get both the Reba and the Reba 2. But I am very demented when I play the game. I want to have all the rare weapons, and I don't care who I got to kill to get them. But it doesn't, there is no, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a meter that shows how good or bad you are. There's no morality meter in the game, so you can do that. What the hell was that? Somebody's talking in the background. That's on your side, not mine.
The video.
No. What video are you watching now?
It's a girl saying my French dad hates when I pronounce croissant wrong.
I found 6 fusion cores at mass fusion containment shed and a missile launcher and got some upgrades for my T-51. Yeah, but you really don't need that. You don't need power armor and, missile launcher. Yeah, you don't need all of that to take out that Mirelurk Queen. Like I said, that Reba does some damage, and you can hide within the walls of the castle, because she can't get in. Yeah, she can drop those little Mirelurk babies to come and get you in the inside, but with that rifle alone, there's like little areas where she can't even spray you inside the walls of the castle, and you can just take pot shots until she's dead. And if there's enough of gravies, as I like to say, gravies friggin' army left, of the Minutemen, you're going to have backup. And basically, I use them to run distraction. Get a couple pot shots at the Mirelurk Queen, hide in one of the rooms, and then let the stuff do their thing, And then let the Minutemen do their thing and kind of act as a buffer. It works, I promise.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to head out here so I can at least get some
shut-eye.
Yeah.
All right. I will catch you later, and I'm going to continue to chat with my audience. I will take it easy, brother. Nice talking with you.
Will do. Take
And
care, Breaker. Have fun.
Watch Running Man in the meantime, and work
Running
on Leprechaun.
Man, yes, and I'm watching the Leprechaun for the 6th time. Don't ask me. Yeah, I don't want to, but I am.
I think my total count by the time I was done was 12.
Fun.
Yeah. Catch you later, man.
All right.
Bye.
Peace.
And that was George. George is a frequent contributor to the show, and we kind of help each other out. It's just how those things go. Podcast life. So, such is life. So, what's up? Where are we going to go now? I think the only person I have left is Bone Break. I don't know. Maybe. It's just one person. If not, Bone Break, you go about your business. Have fun. People are dropping off like flies, but that's okay. Because I am still here. And I'm still alive. I look freaking awesome. And I'm happy about it. So yay me. Past the point we made it the other night. So, bonus. So what should we talk about now, people and ladies and gentlemen, ladies and germs? So, we got one person left, 327 comments. Wow. Wow. Granted, yes, fire is the majority of 327. But still, that's why I'm here. So people can talk, learn, and find out stuff. Such as life. Yeah, just me. Where I can kill this here and call it a night and walk up and get a sandwich from Sheets. That sounds good too. I'm not sure. Depends on who's left and who's watching. Just me. Oh, I might have some reinforcements here shortly. Let's find out. Breakfast, lunch, reinforcements. No. Ah, hey, 2 people. We got somebody else in here. What's up? Welcome to the room. How is it going? Just having a drink, mellowing out. Just had a long podcast with George, and we talked about a couple of things. DJ is working on Fallout 4 currently, so tips, tricks, and advice for DJ would go a long way. So feel free to give any tips or tricks or advice. But anyways, who is my other viewer at the moment? Seems like I have somebody else on here, and they're being, I got 2. Somebody else is on here and being very quiet. So feel free to tell us who you are, where you're from, what would you like to know, questions and answers. I talk horror movies, I talk gaming, I talk a lot. I'm going to talk TV. I talk TV, you talk TV. So let's chitter chat. Run low on topics. So, 3 people, 327 comments. Wow, we are really blowing up. And if you must know, down below here in this little red bar, I have my OnlyFans, I have my merch link, and where to find me on social media. Just look for Sasha, the Princess of Darkness. I am everywhere on social media, because that is my thing. So, 2 viewers. And hey, it's technically past Stalking Peep Thursday, but there you go. Oh, I got another viewer. And people are like, well, why do you do that stuff? Well, such is life. Salute. Salute day. Ooh, 4. Hey. 3 more people. Ha, ha, ha. So, we're back to that. 5. Wow. I just do a little of this and I get more views. Neat. Awesome. Fucking A. Cool. Straight up. Who says sex doesn't sell? I'm going for it. Yeah, awesome. And I got the Zeta. You mean the Zeta gun that you get from the one scientist that you help out, whose father is locked up in that one cell, and they're like harvesting his blood to make a serum for like longer life? What option did you choose? Did you choose to let the dad live, or did you kill the son and the family? Curious. If you let the dad live, you can keep getting more of that serum every so often. Just so you know. Tough stuff. It's Friday. Woo, yay, Friday. So, my good buddy Laura, odd question for you. So, a profile says define consent. Like, let's say you were on like an app or anything. If you're going to message them, define consent. how would you define consent? Because I know you're very eloquent and well at speaking. How would you go about defining the word consent? I am curious. And yes, I do want you to use the examples from the Fries model, but just curious. And fries, as in like French fries, F-R-I-E-S. Got 2 people left. 2. Oh, wow, I mentioned consent in the Fries model, and people drop off like flies. Not fries, but flies. Aha. It's a lot of fusion cores. Did you, over by the one farm behind Red Rocket in the early stages of the game, that's not Finch Farm, Abraham Farm. At the Abraham Farm, like, if you keep going further, there is Wicked Shipping Transit. There's a set of keys you can get near Mass Fusion and a couple other places. There are trailers that have all kinds of bonus content as long as you have that key. On top of that, did you catch the Blade Runner reference on top of the roof on Mass Fusion Containment? Because that is freaking cool. Oh, yeah, one of the creation clubs. Okay, I wasn't sure what you meant. I thought you meant the Zeta gun that you can get from out in the main city part near where you find Schwan, or Swan. There is this nice fancy house that's still upkept. There is a drone and things of this nature, because depending on what level you're at, if you're anything above 15 and have been to Bunker Hill, you run across like this ghoul who offers you a job, and it'll lead you to this doctor who wants you to defend an insane asylum, where eventually you find up underneath the insane asylum, his dad is locked up underneath, and he's got this weird alien device attached to his head, and they're harvesting his blood for immortality. But he gives you a weapon known as the Zeta gun, depending on how you play out the scenario. Me, I'm kind of one of those people who I want all the best stuff. I play out both sides. But yeah. No, I picked up the free Pikmin Gallery Creation Club stuff, because I love the whole Pikmin Gallery. If you have not found the Pikmin Gallery yet, it is so cool. Because he's got a special knife, and yeah. There's a lot of little stuff to fall out for. I have played the game quite religiously. Have you killed Mr. Cornflakes yet? And if not, don't. Because the Brotherhood of Steel, the Pridwin is not active yet in your area. There's some really cool pieces of power armor you can get that are even Raider level, so you can get them pretty early on. There is this place that you get radio transmission about where you can learn about polymers. I think it's Cambridge Polymer Labs. Try not to do that until Exo 1 armor appears in your game. That way you can get one of the only unique pieces of Exo 1. If you complete that mission when you are picking up anything but Exo 1, it'll be that level of power armor. Wait till you have Exo 1 until you do Cambridge Labs. Please. Because it's the only way to get a unique piece of power armor for the Exo 1 outside of Nuka World. And what you get in Nuka World is garbage. Absolute terrible garbage. It's not good. at all. It's bad. It's really, really bad. Hey, 2 people say hey. Oh. Hey. No, I haven't even got to Diamond City for the first time yet. I'm quite sure since you're already doing the castle, you've activated the Minutemen. You can skip over the Minutemen. But yeah, don't get as far as Kellogg Cornflakes, where you're fighting him at Fort Hagen. Don't. Because there is weapons in different parts of Boston and power armor in different parts of Boston that become that much higher once the Brotherhood still is really active. And I'm not talking about the one guy at the police station. I'm talking about like all over the place. Because once you activate the Prequin, there's going to be T60 everywhere. But the problem is that you'll have the Brotherhood of Steel dropping off in the middle of all of these different towns, and you're going to lose opportunities to get rare weapons and things of that nature if you don't act quickly. I've had that happen on more than one playthrough, and it sucks. So I like Tessa's Fist, which is more towards the southern end of Massachusetts. And it's like one of the towns that the Minutemen originally came from before it got overran with raiders and gunners. And basically, you take out the gunners there, you can pick up a special laser pistol as well as special pieces of power armor. Opportunity not to miss, because once that Brotherhood is activated, yeah, you're gonna miss it. It's not good. It's bad. But yeah. Definitely something to be mindful of. I hate the Brotherhood. Have you met Virgin yet out in the glowing sea? Oh wait, you would have to kill Kellogg to meet. No, you probably maybe have met Virgin. I don't know. Maybe. It depends. Have you been to Good Neighbor? Good Neighbor is one of my favorite places. Pro tip. When you re-meet the ghoulified Vault-Tec salesman, get him to go to one of your settlements, and if you've got the caps for it and the resources, assign him to a vendor booth. And I think it's a general vendor booth. I'd have to double check. I'm not sure. I think it's general. I don't know how. He'll offer a special like arm piece that's pretty good. I think it's like the Apocalypse Arm Guard or something like that. It's like a metal piece of armor, but stats wise, it's pretty decent. It's not super expensive, but it's not great. Some of the best armor you can find is the Destroyer armor, and you can get that pretty cheap from Bunker Hill, Covenant, Good Neighbor, and it's Bunker Hill, Covenant, Good Neighbor. There's another vendor that has it. Oh yeah, the one vault that's like a town, they have the Destroyer armor. It is a cheap but very effective armor to get until you can find things like the Freefall armor. The Freefall armor is very hard to get. You're going to have to be very good at platforming to get it. It is a pain in the ass to get. But it is what it is. And it's worth it, because Freefall armor, you're not going to take any fall damage. And it is the coolest thing in the friggin' world. Anyways, guys, I think I'm going to kill it here. We are at 444. We have not been booted by transphobes, so I consider this a win for the evening. As always, stay tuned for the Leprechaun in the Hood review. Laura, keep up with what you're doing. Love you. Talk to you later. Peace and chicken grease.